Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Hand-Eye Society Super Festival. I'm Jordan Sparks, the Director of Technology at Hand-Eye, and I am so excited to have you here. The Hand-Eye Society was founded in 2009. However, much of our famous public programming started around 2012, meaning we've hit the 10-year anniversary of much of our major efforts to serve the game-curious public and make the gaming community a more inclusive, diverse, and enjoyable space for everyone. Super Festival represents not only the perseverance of our organization, but also the games community at large, which has endured unimaginable shifts in this past decade. To that end, Super Festival is being held here on Twitch and on Hand-Eye's innovative Fest platform on our website, which you can find at the link below. We are featuring over 50 innovative indie games from developers around the world. There are even 8 playable jam games made just for Super Festival, made by 16 Canadian developers. Be sure to check out all the games and their creators. Some exhibitors are also featured in our Super Festival Steam sale for you to take advantage of. Whether you like arcade games, games with deep stories, or more experimental works, there's something here for everyone, and we hope you find some new favorites. But that's not all. We have talks scheduled all weekend from various game creators, merchandise, and even an original Super Festival game where you can socialize with other online attendants from around the world and find all kinds of special gems, puzzles, and secrets. Work together in this online multiplayer experience we've created to explore all it has to offer. We at the Hand-Eye Society are used to throwing games festivals, both in person and online, but my colleagues and I did as much as we could over the past year to make sure that this festival was truly super. Super Festival would not have been possible without our sponsors, so thank you to Ontario Creates, the Canada Council for the Arts, Clever Endeavor, Bancy Co., Mighty Yell, and Brace Yourself Games for all your wonderful support, as well as additional support from the Ontario Arts Council and the Toronto Arts Council. I'd also like to thank our amazing community for supporting the Hand-Eye Society all these years through thick and thin, and sharing your passion for gaming with us and with the public. And if you're just hearing about us for the first time, well, welcome to the community. Well, that's enough for me. Without further ado, let's get our game on and start today's talks. We hope you enjoy our Super Festival.
Master, I wish you were alongside me.
If it were my choice, I wouldn't leave the mental welfare of the young master to a stranger.
You have a new life now. Now maybe we'll get the chance to start over. Don't waste it.
You don't know what it's like to change forms against your will.
Are you ready to find that future bae? Or will you mess up and fumble the bag? Get to know struggling singles just like you. Our first 4 players, playable characters, are ready to meet their match. It's wild out there. Sometimes you just need a new friend. Or maybe a little sneaky link. Not every date works out. Even the smoothest players can enter their flop era. But don't give up. Every fail is just a chance to start a new fling. So get your game face on and don't forget deodorant. It's time to mingle with some singles.
welcome to my Hand-Eye Society Superfest talk on how to solo dev sustainably. I'm Devin Wiersma, and I'll be your presenter for this talk. Let's get into it. So who am I? Well, as you've suspected, I'm Devin Wiersma. I'm a solo game developer. Have about 6 years of game development experience overall. 3 of those are developing titles under the Devs Game label, which is kind of my own solo dev label that I use. Just in my own capacity on the side. My day job is a full-time level designer at the Beans team. By night, I'm a solo developer. My previous experience as a level designer is in the indie space and the AAA space. So I have a little bit of experience in development previous to me going solo. I also have my BA in game design, and I'm a hobby graffiti artist, just to know a little bit more about me. So what kind of stuff have I done? This is all work that I've done as a solo dev. So I've published a Rules Light tabletop role-playing game and funded it through Kickstarter. And that was called Run, a tabletop role-playing system in 2020. Made a little game called Bombing, a graffiti sandbox, which is kind of a creative paint anywhere sandbox graffiti game. You can see the image at the top right there. That was in 2021. I also published a game called Lofty Quest, 3D narrative hidden object game, which is on the right as well. And I also I'm working on a game called Bombing 2, which is an open world paint anywhere sandbox graffiti game currently in development, a sequel to Bombing Graffiti Sandbox. That's to the bottom right. That's kind of what I've done as a solo developer and the projects that I've published. I've done some other stuff in addition to this, but these are kind of the major paid products that I've made in my time doing solo dev. So that's kind of where I'm coming at solo development from. Before we really get into it, I want to open with some disclaimers. So this is just kind of tips and methodologies that I've found work for me to developing sustainably as a solo dev. I'm coming at this as someone who has had experience in game development. I have a day job doing game development. I do this in my free time. This is not like universally applicable device or guidelines or advice. This is just what I found works best for my context. There's not really gonna be any one size fits all solution. Everybody works different. Every project is different. People solo dev for a lot of different reasons. So this isn't universally applicable. I can't cover every itty bitty step to developing a game, but just gonna kind of give methodologies and tips about how, things that I found most effective for my processes. Also, you'll notice that I couldn't think of any good images to use for these slides. So I've opted to just I sought out stock photos of people who are sitting alone or doing things alone, going with the theme of solo dev. So I hope you enjoy that as we go. So let's get right into it with a little bit of an overview and introduction about solo dev itself. So first, here's what we're going to kind of go through. I'm not going to cover every step in solo dev, as I mentioned, but we'll start off with a little bit of an intro. We'll kind of move into some of the more finer details about how to approach these processes and methodologies by knowing yourself, learning the scope, and leveraging resources, which I think are 3 pretty key things to any solo developer, and actually making projects work. And then I'll cap it off with talking about some useful resources that I use as a solo dev to kind of help me through the path. So we'll start with some terminology. So what is solo development? In my eyes, solo development is developing a game with limited resources at your disposal where one person fronts majority of the workload. Typically when we say solo dev, it has a lot of it's got a lot of weight to it, right? Because it's kind of an ambiguous term. It sounds like it means exactly what it is, where it's like you develop a thing completely by yourself, but it's kind of loaded and ambiguous. And it's a little disingenuous to imply that you've done everything on a project. Most projects use something from someone else that isn't just one person. There's very few examples I can think of someone who has just made everything themselves from the ground up. That's typically rare cases. But if people do that, good on them. but that's not normally what solo dev is. Usually it's one person kind of managing most of it and doing a lot of that work themselves, and then other people assisting in various different ways. We'll get into that a little bit in the resources section, but I think it's important to just kind of clarify what we mean when we say solo dev. So, why should you consider solo development? It's a great way to learn and apply new skills. I found that personally, as I'm developing things, a lot of my projects, I'll learn something new on the way, or I'll plan it in a way that allows me to learn as I'm doing it. So it's great to take those skills and apply them elsewhere in your career. It helps you practice and understand rules outside your discipline, kind of like new skills. You'll learn what it's like to work as like a level artist if you're not a level artist, or a producer if you're not a producer. You'll kind of get a more rounded understanding of your own skills and other people's. You have more of a creative say in what you create because you're kind of the sole owner and the sole person getting invested in it. So you have a lot more creative freedom in that context, which I find personally very liberating. It allows you to kind of work outside predefined structures. You're building something in your own way, in a way that works for you. So you can kind of really refine and reimagine a lot of the game development processes with what you want them to be and what you kind of imagine being most effective, or being the way that you would kind of envision production to go, which is nice. And I also find personally it's very introspective, makes me reflect a lot on myself as a developer, as a person, my skills, my strengths, my weaknesses, and really kind of like lets me think about myself and acknowledge parts about me that I might not always be familiar with, because I'm not always challenging every part of myself. So I think it's really fun from that perspective as well. So that's some reasons you might want to get into it. So why might you not want to get into it? Like this sad person sitting in the forest by themselves. Solo dev is a lot of work. Again, you're more or less the sole person who's kind of managing all these things and creating a game or a project. And that's a lot to shoulder on your own. There's a reason people make games in teams, because it's easier and faster. Progress is often slow on that point, where, you know, one person doing every single task on a project is going to move a lot slower than, even two people. Having two people makes it move in double the time in theory. Whereas by yourself, it's not going to be as fast. It's very easy to fail if you don't know what you're doing. If you don't have, I guess, the right approach, the right kind of mindset, and the right sort of work, not like work ethic, but work strategies to kind of keep yourself interested or motivated on a project, especially if you have very little stake in the end result. It's easy to fail, and it's easy to kind of let that fall by the wayside. It also takes a lot of discipline, kind of like on the easy to fail note, like you've got to be very disciplined about how you approach projects and how you work towards finishing things, or else they can easily not get done. And also you probably won't make much money. I think the game industry has gotten better about this, but there used to be this kind of concept that like, oh, if you go indie, you'll just rake in the cash. And like, that's not really the case, especially if you're making and marketing and, you know, building a storefront for a product yourself. It's very hard to do, and definitely at least probably won't happen on the first try. So that's just some things to keep in mind about why some people get turned away from solo dev. It's totally understandable, but it's kind of both sides to the solo dev approach. So with that out of the way, we'll get into it, and I'll start kind of identifying some of these practices and sort of thoughts and approaches that I found kind of informed how I approach solo dev myself and what I find to be useful in terms of developing as a solo developer. Water break, 1 sec. So, part 1, know yourself. On any game that hopes to develop sustainably and effectively, knowing a team is a key factor. Knowing what your team is good at and what they can and can't do very well, and then kind of understanding who is building the product. In the case of a solo dev, you're the person making this game, so you're your team, so you need to know yourself, because otherwise you're going to be building in a less effective way, in ways that are not towards your skill set. So let's get into some little, I guess, thoughts to kind of consider as you're solo deving through yourself. So one important thing to know is what's your motivator. In my experience, loss of motivation in solo dev is often one of the faster killer of projects. Once you lose interest or once there's less momentum behind your game and what you find interesting about it, it dies off very fast. So identifying these motivators are very important, because if you're not motivated to work on your project, you probably won't finish it. This is a good opportunity. You want to really sit down and kind of examine what you value about the process and what work you enjoy doing. And you really want to focus on the process, not the product. So what you make in the end result shouldn't be the thing that motivates you. It should be, what about that process motivates you to get there? Because even if you make like the worst end product, or an end product that you're not totally interested in playing yourself, you're still able to finish it if you enjoy the act of creating it. So even if you make a game that you might not necessarily be interested in, as long as you had fun creating that whole thing, you're still finishing it effectively. And you're still going to be motivated throughout that development process. You don't want the thing at the end to be the thing that is kind of dangling the carrot in front of your face. And if you don't leverage these motivators that you find in yourself and remind yourself of why you're enjoying doing this, you will struggle to get to the end. And this is really good to identify these motivators and kind of come back to them as you work. So if you really enjoy, say, 3D art, and you're making a game, and then suddenly you find yourself like doing a bunch of UI, or having to program really complex systems, and then you kind of find yourself losing interest, you got to kind of step back and reevaluate about what motivated you to get into that process in the first place, and what is lacking about the process that you're doing right now that you need more motivation for. So knowing your motivators is very important to keeping yourself motivated through development. On that note, kind of strengths and weaknesses are also integral. They're good in their own ways. So strengths are good because they equal progress. If you kind of plan your project to your strengths, then you'll be working more efficiently and be able to have a consistent output. So if you are a 3D artist and you're planning a project that is in 2D, you might struggle a lot more than if you just built something in 3D that you're more familiar with. And that'll allow you to kind of make more progress as you go, because you're working in a medium or in a style or in a workflow that you already understand. On that note, weaknesses aren't necessarily bad. They teach you a lot. So if you're kind of weak at UI, but you're planning a project that needs some UI, that can be good, because then you're going to be learning UI as you go, and that's something that's going to help you down the road. So it allows you to learn more of that skill. The problem is that when you plan a project that incorporates too many weaknesses, it'll kind of cause you to hit walls in your progress, which will slow you down and can kind of burn you out and lose that motivation as you work. And if you plan a project that's heavily factored around those weaknesses, you can hit those walls a lot. So in the example of a 3D artist again, say you're planning a game that requires a ton of AI and you've never made AI before and it's very dependent on it, then there's a good chance that you hit a wall in creating that AI and it kind of stops your progress and stops that interest. So you really want to kind of plan enough weaknesses where it's interesting to you to learn those things, but not in such a way that it's totally dependent or going to kind of burn you out trying to get through them. Equally important is to know how you work, and this all ties into motivations and avoiding burnout. So everybody works differently. The benefit of solo development is that you can work however you want in a lot of cases. Usually you're not beholden to anyone or anything, especially as like kind of a self-funded solo dev. So you can kind of work at a pace that fits you best, and you can really leverage that. And this is where knowing yourself shines. So for example, I know that I'm someone who, if I'm stuck on one task for a really long time, then I can get bored easily. So what I like to do is jump around between tasks. So I'll work on a task that interests me first, and then once I'm done that, I work on a task that doesn't, and then I kind of alternate back and forth. So it's almost like finishing the tasks that don't interest me. The reward is working on something that does. And then that way I get kind of both sides completed. I get to work on the stuff that I want to work on, and I also get to kind of get through the stuff that I don't want to work on as much. And so like knowing your schedule and your pace and kind of your energy levels can really help you sort of work at consistent intervals. So for example, maybe you have the most creative juices before bed or later at night. So you can plan to do maybe a task or two or like an hour of work before bed every day. Typically, I find that if you miss a day or two, it's okay, but just make sure you keep going on it. Don't kind of set the project aside and then forget about it for a long time. You want to be consistent more than you want to be making progress. It's kind of like fitness, I guess, where the best thing to do isn't that you're lifting 700 pounds and making those huge gains because you're lifting so much. It's that you're doing it every day, and that's the longer term benefit than just doing it in big loads all at once. Consistency is more important than getting it all done at once. And honestly, you will be surprised how much you can get done 1 hour a day. I know I am. I have weeks where I'll look back and be like, oh my goodness, I made all that like just in an hour. Like, good job me. This stuff can kind of be hard to really kind of hone in on if you've never worked by yourself before, or if you kind of typically are used to just working on a normal work schedule. So I'd recommend kind of checking out some casual game jams and sort of use those as a stepping stone to kind of self-reflect and understand your habits and how you work to really kind of meet those goals. Ultimately, though, you always come before your project, and no project is worth sacrificing yourself over. So don't ever put yourself in a position where you are, I guess, beholden to the work, because then you're not enjoying the process and you're going to burn yourself out real fast. So just be cautious about that. Part 2, learning to scope. So we'll move on to scope and the finer details of planning your project as you're working. This might be controversial and people won't want to hear it, but do not start with your dream project. Never try to make your dream project. People don't want to hear it, but it's in my experience, it is usually the truth. Typically, dream projects are dreams for a reason. It's because they're usually unattainably large, complex. They'll often require resources especially as a solo developer, you probably don't have. It's the most exciting to you, but it's very easy to get out of hand scope-wise. And because of that attachment that you have with this kind of dream project in your head, it's easy to grow unattainably large. Scope creep will come in. Things can really easily coalesce into a project that is just too big for you to handle, or scoped so large that you're not willing to kind of compromise on it. So if you have that deep attachment, it's harder to compromise on. It can be harder to justify compromises to the overall vision you have, and that's a pretty easy recipe to kind of prevent it from ever getting finished in a lot of respects. So you want to kind of be working on something that isn't pie in the sky as big as you want, or that project you've been wanting to make for forever, because it's easier to kind of, sacrifice your vision a bit to actually maintain progress on it. On that note, you got to kind of figure out how to compromise and scope according to development factors. No good plan survives contact with the enemy, so always make sure that you're able to do this. Typically, I would recommend almost aiming for a scope of about 25% of your big idea or less, depending on your experience level initially, and then figure it out afterwards how you want to adjust that. Lots of time as a solo dev is spent learning, designing, planning, and in some cases, even hitting 10% of that can be a really daunting task. So the early parts of development, as you start kind of prototyping and building out what you want to make, will inform the rest of it. And you'll learn a lot about the project before you even get to 10%. And sometimes that's enough to kind of inform you that what you're making is maybe out of scope or maybe a little too large. So it's really good to know your minimum viable product through that, and always be thinking what's the smallest shipped thing that I can get away with? What would I be happy getting out the door? And is that reasonably attainable for me to make? Because it might be a good way to kind of reconsider where you're at or where your goals are. So you want to consider the core goal being that minimum viable product. You want that out. Anything else on top of that is extra, can come later if you have the energy and the motivation for it. But as you're starting, make sure that you're making it as small as possible and then adding more later. Because if you can't ship the core anyways, then all those extra features don't really matter, because nobody's ever going to see even the core of what you've created. I'm sure you're noticing a theme to this, but I'd also recommend scoping down always and then planning to grow. You want to think like a producer. You want to cut as frequently as possible, as often as you can, especially in the early stages. As you get more accustomed to solo development, this will change. But when you're really starting out, I think it's a really good idea to kind of make sure that this is reasonable and attainable towards your goals to finish something. And speaking of finishing products, learn to finish. I borrowed some tweets from JDragon, who is a tabletop RPG designer on Twitter, and they have some excellent insights on the subject of finishing things, where they kind of identify starting something and finishing a project are separate skills, and finishing a project is a skill that you have to practice yourself. And you have to get good at that, and the only way to get good at that is to actually take things through all the way and finish them. So it's very easy to start something. We all start things all the time. Then finishing it is the hard part, because it involves getting through starting and developing. So you want to practice those finishing skills. You'll get better at things like planning production details, scoping, cutting, and compromising, because you'll learn yourself through that process. And it sounds counterintuitive, but getting better at finishing something or compromising and making things smaller will actually make your projects getting larger more robust, because you can start planning additional features that you actually want in your game, and actually executing on them, because you know your limits and you know your abilities through that. But that's only going to happen if you start small, keep it simple, and that's why I keep reiterating about scope. Because once you get good at that, you have room to expand, and you have room to kind of build your understanding of yourself and what you're capable of, and then plan around that to create more finished stuff that is bigger and better and cooler. On to resources, and how you can use them to work smarter and not harder. So this might be a dated sentiment, but I still see it around here and there. I see a lot of devs and like students and stuff who see using resources as like cheating in game dev. You know, it's like, oh, it's cheating because you're using something that someone else made. You lack the fundamentals. You didn't build this from the ground up yourself. But also, especially as a solo developer, we need to finish stuff. We need to do that ourselves. We don't have a studio's worth of resources, or 6 months to spend building out complex systems. Working as a solo dev means you're working as one person, and your time is invaluable. Your time means productivity. The more time you're spending on one task, the less time you have for another task. Nobody is there to pick up the slack for you, so it's not really an easy bargain there. The less time you spend doing one task is the more time you spend on another. Like this woman making pasta, for example. So she could make that bowl herself. She could sculpt it and put it in a kiln. She can light a fire to heat up the water herself. She could grow and make the pasta herself. But she uses a pre-made bowl, a stove, and pasta because it's faster. It's just more practical for one person who doesn't need to get that invested in all of that to create the end product that she wants to get to. And similarly for game dev, like resources are invaluable for this. Pre-made assets are usually made by people with specific skills in a craft who know it better than you. Things like VFX, engine plugins, AI systems, things like that, like systems that will just help you improve your workflow tenfold when you learn them and understand how to use them as tools versus kind of shunning them and making them yourself. It also allows you to focus on what you want to work on and avoid doing tasks you might not have skills in yet. So kind of going back to strengths and weaknesses, if you can kind of find someone else who has already done a lot of the work on some of your weaknesses already, you can focus more on your strengths and make more progress. There's also some tasks that are very time intensive and can be difficult to parse without the know-how. So things like pathfinding, maybe building character controllers, modeling stuff if you have no modeling experience. So learning a lot of these things that are kind of tied to your weaknesses could also slow down production significantly. So it's good to kind of outsource those to people who have that know-how. And you can also treat your own work as this resource. So as you work, you can build out a library of assets, tools, scripts, things that you can kind of reuse and future-proof the work down the road that you do by building generically and modularly and complementing your own work with the rest of your work as you go down the road. This is even helpful for just game jams and stuff, where as you solo dev, you can make scripts that are helpful for any project that you work on in the future. And on top of all this, so there's some areas of game devs that's well explored by others, and you don't need to retread already treaded ground exclusively for your project. For example, for something like pathfinding system, unless your game is doing something very robust or intricate, you don't have to rebuild a pathfinding system from the ground up just to have AI. You don't need to make A-Star again. There are resources out there that you can simply download from like the Unity store or Unreal. Unreal has it, I think, built in itself too. You don't need to take an example, you don't need to like make a new wheel every time you're designing a car, right? A wheel's a wheel, and a wheel works for what it is. Making a new wheel is going to take time away from making the rest of the car. So just use an existing wheel. You can also work with others. I would recommend, if you're starting out with solo dev, is to be a little judicious about this and just be aware of the implications. So once you start working with other people on your projects, it's a lot more dependent on your soft skills like communication, business management, things like that. Those become far more important than your hard skills of simply focusing on developing the game. It'll also kind of put you into territory where you're in a position where you're directing someone about your game or communicating with someone more actively than developing, which is a different type of work and can be time consuming. So especially near the beginning, if you're thinking about collaborating with somebody or having somebody do some assets for you or something to that effect, just make sure you're aware of the implications. But it's always an option to kind of supplement your work with the work of others. Also, just make sure to actually pay them, because that's always a plus. Don't make them work for free. All right, now time to cover some resources after another sip of water. I wanted to take some time also to just highlight some useful resources that I personally use in development. Really just like websites you can go to, or things you can kind of explore various assets and things to kind of give yourself, take some workload off of you. As with anything else, all of these websites and resources will have different legal terms and licensing terms and copyright terms. So make sure that whenever you're using assets on anything, you want to make sure that you know the terms for what you're going to be using. Yeah, let's get into it. So audio, I'm not the strongest at audio, so I love me a good audio resource. I frequently use freesounds.org, which, as the name implies, has a lot of free sounds uploaded by some pretty generous audio folks. And I use them for everything from ambient sounds, specific sound effects. Sometimes there's music and such on there. If you can kind of think in audio, it's pretty helpful resource to kind of hone in on. SoundCloud actually has a surprising breadth of music for use. People can list their stuff as, copyright by attribution, and you can search based on that. So you can find people who are just uploading free music to be used as long as they get credited. And you can also seek out musicians, find people for certain music genres in there, and then, pay them for their work and use their work through deals there. Incompetech, I know this one is a widely used one. Kevin MacLeod is a person who makes a lot of royalty-free music by attribution, so as long as you credit him, I would highly recommend it. Very wide variety of genres in that one. Assets is kind of a whole can of worms. I call it assets, but this can be, sprite art, 3D art, character rigs, models, plugins for certain engines, kind of a whole lot of different things. So I just kind of called it assets to be safe. I recommend Open Game Art for a lot of kind of free things that people have made and just kind of posted on the internet. Itch.io is obviously a great one. Lots of great, cool artists creating things like asset packs, texture packs, sprite packs. Lots of opportunity there to really kind of really kind of expand the amount of assets that you have on hand. TurboSquid and Sketchfab are ones that I actually use fairly frequently for purchasing 3D models for my projects, because I'm a pretty slow 3D modeler, so I always find I need help with that. So I'd highly recommend them. Sketchfab is, I think, my personal favorite. It's pretty handy because you can like view the actual textures and stuff, and the way it's all mapped all just in the actual browser itself. So that's pretty nice. Engine stores like Unity and Unreal all have their own built-in stores in the engine. I think Godot also has one as well. But these are all really handy for specific engine things that you might not be aware of, or little editor assists that can be very nice too. I use quite a few from Unity because that's my game engine of choice. Textures.com also is a great resource. I think they allow free use. They have a subscription, which is $10 a month, and I think that allows for commercial use of whatever you download from it. But they also have a free use as long as you have an account. And I would say it's very worth it as long as you're not making a profit. I believe that's how that works. But I would highly recommend Textures.com. Lots of great textures. It has saved my butt a lot of times. And then there's things like code, plugins, shaders. I'm not very techy, so you'll excuse me if this section's a little limited. So engine stores, once again, you can turn to Unreal or Unity, etc. for things like editor extensions and plugins that you can help to kind of shape your game. And GitHub repos are also great. Lots of great developers posting a lot of free or open source resources to kind of give you a leg up on some of the things you're creating. So I'd highly recommend checking those out as well. You'll find, I found a lot of things just like, how do I do this? Oh, someone has done this before. So GitHub is pretty great for that. I would highly recommend giving that a check out. One that I always kind of forget about, but is also really important to giving style and character to your game, is fonts. Fonts are great to just kind of give you that initial, make it not feel like a default game when you're just using Arial font, and kind of spice it up a little bit. So Google actually hosts an array of fonts that are completely free to use at fonts.google.com. I would check those out as just a starting point. Itch.io, again, also has some really great fonts, especially in pixel art styles. I've noticed there's a lot of great ones there. Fonts.com, I have not personally used it myself, but I've heard it highly recommended from a few people that I know, so I would throw that one in there too. And DaFont kind of gets a funny rap because it's so old, and I feel like I remember using this in high school, but that's one that I would check out as well, because there are a lot of good free to use fonts and some ones that you can buy commercially to support the font creators. So we have talked through a lot, haven't we? To summarize all of it, and to summarize kind of some of the key takeaways, solo dev has the potential to be very fulfilling and creatively validating if you kind of operate intelligently and do it smartly and in a sustainable way. To really effectively solo dev, you want to know yourself. You need to know your motivators, the strengths and weaknesses that drive you to create something, planning your project around those. You want to enjoy the process, not the product. It's very key. If you're not enjoying the act of actually creating the thing that you're making, then it'll be really easy to burn yourself out if you're not reaching that end product right away. And you want to know your working style so that you can easily adapt your schedule and your plan according to those kind of intricacies and nuances of yourself. Scoping is necessary and valuable. Don't start off making your dream project. Make something small, very small and attainable. And you want to build up over time and plan additional features on top of that. Not worrying too much about creating a large and robust end product, but just something that is small and concise that you can kind of repeat and grow in future projects. And you want to really focus on flexing that finishing muscle and honing that skill that allows you to actually get these things out the door so that you can kind of scale up your ideas as you work. And you also want to leverage resources. So remember that your time as a solo developer is a precious commodity. Anything that you can do to save time, by all means, please do it, because you're only going to save yourself headaches down the road. Use existing resources, plugins, and frameworks. avoid reinventing the wheel on things that you don't need to reinvent the wheel on. People have made these things time and again, so you might as well use them as they're available to you. And you want to build up kind of practice building up a library of modular tools as you work for future use and future projects. So as you kind of create a lot of these smaller projects that you're getting out the door quickly, you can build up more tools and use them throughout those projects as you go. And before you know it, you'll be creating at a very steady pace in a way that really works for you and works for you on that personal level, that keeps you interested in the process but doesn't leave you burnt out at the end of it. So we have talked a lot. I have talked a lot. I want to thank you so much for listening. I hope these tips and sort of methodologies and sort of frameworks kind of help you on your journey through exploring solo dev. For me, it is an amazing practice and I really enjoy it. And I hope it can be as fruitful for you as it is for me. I know we kind of covered a lot of content. So if you have any questions, comments, thoughts, don't hesitate to reach out to me on Twitter and LinkedIn. And there's a lot more nuance to solo game development than I could cover here, unfortunately, but I'm always happy to discuss it and always happy to kind of help guide people through similar processes, because I think it's cool when people can bring their ideas to life, and I'd love to see myself do anything to help you complete your wonderful ideas. Thanks again for listening, and enjoy the rest of Hand-Eye Society Superfest. Goodbye.
Our civilization is built around the resource of starlight, which was granted to us by the gods. Starlight drives our cities and fuels the lives of our people. As a ruler, I will have to guide this kingdom through the times ahead.
Welcome to the Hand-Eye Society Super Festival. My name is Oscar Michael from Nigeria, and I'm excited to be talking to you about the African games industry. In this session, I'm going to be talking about how to build the African games industry. We'll go over the state of the industry, explore the various stakeholders, events, opportunities, and so much more. Are you ready? Let's begin. Let's start with a little bit of myself. My name is Oscar Michael, as I mentioned earlier, and I'm Nigerian. I'm an entrepreneur with about 7 years experience in the games and tech industry. I've done quite a lot of stuff from entrepreneurship to operations, project management, as well as community development. So yeah, fun fact about me, I used to build games and even teach game design, build curriculums for such, run boot camps for both teens and youths. But now I'm focusing on making the industry sustainable for creatives. Because over the years, lots of people have gone into the games industry, have had to move on to web or app development because there aren't opportunities here in Africa. So now I'm focusing on building an industry, looking for ways to make it sustainable so that people who are passionate about building games can have a means of survival, can get jobs, can get funds, can get internship opportunities, and also find means of growing their craft. And yeah, that's what I've been doing lately. So that's what also inspired me to start Africa Communicate. And yeah, if you look at over here, you'd see I'm also an alumnus of Nest Africa, where I learned software entrepreneurship, and the IGDA Foundation Next Gen Leader for 2021. It's a pleasure to be speaking to you all. A little bit about Africa Communicate. Yeah. Africa Communicate is a platform for African digital creatives across the games, animation, and XR industries, showcasing their works and connecting them to opportunities for learning, collaboration, and funding. We see this as something very important to grow the industry, because up to now, the industry has kind of been segmented, the African games industry. So we want to showcase the works of creatives within and connect them to various forms of opportunities. So yeah, let's get right into it. Building the African games industry. Before I start, I think there's some very important things you need to know about Africa. There's a whole lot of misconceptions out there. First thing you should know is Africa is a continent and not a country. A lot of people, when they talk about Africa, they kind of address it like it's a country, but it's not. It's made of 54 countries, which all have diverse cultures and business landscape. And what that means is you can't just approach Africa as a whole. You'd have to look at the region, the countries you want to be active in after doing your research and all, and focusing your efforts on that, because Africa is really, really huge. It's big. It's a continent, not a country. And another thing you should know is 60% of Africa's population is currently youths. That's really something exciting, especially if you're into business. If you're looking at doing something very commercial, this should be exciting for you. We have one of the youngest youth populations in the world. And that number is projected to increase by 50% by 2050. So yeah, Africa is really an exciting continent and a place you should be looking out. Another interesting thing you should know is its digital economy is in its early phase. What that means is things like access to internet, access to good infrastructure. Now, there's been a whole lot of improvement in the last decade, but then we are still in our early stage. There are still some issues we have, and every day developments are happening, innovation, changes are coming about. And yes, the continent is growing. The continent is beginning to adopt technology more day by day. And these are really, really some very crucial things you need to know. Africa is not a country. There are about 54 countries with different cultures, different business landscape. The way you run business in Western Africa is different from the way you run in Eastern Africa. And we have one of the youngest youth population in the entire world. It is said that Africa is the second most populous continent and the fastest growing region. So with this information, let's move further. Let's enter Africa and discover its game industry. An overview of the space. Last year, Newzoo released a report that the revenue from gaming across Africa amounted to about $590 million. This is very huge. I got a lot of stakeholders crazy, like, wow, that means there's an opportunity in this space. However, like I usually say, you should know that the African game developers themselves don't get up to 1% of this amount. So this revenue is mainly from games exported from outside the continent, which a lot of people are playing. Games like Candy Crush, like so many games, lots of games, casual games, PC games. We have lots of people playing these kind of games, and this is where this revenue, this data is basically coming from. Another cool thing you need to know is there are major regions across Africa. This does not mean you should focus on them, but what this is basically telling you is that this is where a majority of the activity in the startup space, in the game space, in the development space, this is where a majority of the activities are happening. And even from this report, these regions are also the one that highlighted a strong market for the games industry. We're talking about South Africa, we're talking about Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, and Ethiopia. Now, you see here, I stated North Africa is mostly merged with the MENA region. So when you look at Africa, we're divided into South, North, East, and West. But when you look at North Africa, it's most time almost like a completely different landscape. The development in this region is so high, so really dope. Really cool. And most times when people are looking at the markets, they kind of match them with the MENA region. So a majority of these data is also mostly coming from Sub-Saharan Africa, where you can see these countries mentioned: South Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, and Ethiopia. Also, when you look at game studios, yes, there are lots of people, you hear people project, oh, there's this number of game studios and the likes. From study over the years, there's about 100 studios maximum at a given period of time. What this means is studios come in, start up, and maybe after a year, 2 years, they fall out, they break off, and they move on to other things. And that has been the order of the day across Africa, especially Sub-Saharan Africa, due to a lot of challenges that we'll be looking at today. So we have lots of game developers, know that. We have lots of people who are hobbyists, know that. But you know what makes a studio is the structure, the sustainability, the number of years they spend, the plan, the growth plan, all those things is lacking in a majority of the game studios that pop up. And that's why over time you see they close. But yeah, a maximum of 100 studios at any given period of time. That's what we can see. And that's if there is up to 100 studios that you can actually run a reasonable business with. Also, Africa is a mobile-first economy. A lot more people are playing games on mobile devices than on PC or consoles. Most people don't have funds to get consoles or PCs that can run games. And the demographic of the people playing, from teenagers to women to men and youths, most of them play on their mobile phones. Mobile phones are what is much more accessible, much more affordable as well. And that's where a lot more transactions are going on. And this is also showed in other areas. If you look at the fintech space, for example, you notice there are a lot of fintech startups, and most of them are pushing out apps or using USSD for transaction. This gives you a clear idea that the culture of the people, especially once more across Sub-Saharan Africa, is they have this mobile culture. They are with their phones. They do almost everything on their phones: stream YouTubes, watch movies, download apps, carry out transactions. And that's where you should also focus your efforts. Following the research, about 177 million people are playing mobile games in Sub-Saharan Africa. Now, I can tell you clearly this is more. The number is more, but of course, due to constraints of research and all, at least you can work with this figure and you have an idea that, yep, this is how it is done. So, yeah, let's move on. The state of the industry. Yeah, very interesting. So when you look at Africa, we've spoken about an overview of the space where we spoke about mobile-first economy, talking about why people do that. So yeah, next up is the state of the industry. The first thing you should know, or you would already know, is that data about the industry is almost impossible to find. Now, a lot of people carry out research to showcase what the industry is about, but you will notice that this is really lean data. And that's one thing we at Africa Comic Aid are trying and putting in much more effort to tackle. Also, creatives on this continent struggle to access funding, mainly because almost every stakeholder within the continent don't understand what the game industry is all about. And they also struggle to monetize their works because in this part of the world, most creatives or most entrepreneurs in the games industry learn by themselves. So there's no proper structure, there's no educational framework to give anyone that foothold to actually run a profitable game studio. And when they go in with their passion to build games, they then meet the next blocker, which is, how do I monetize this game? How do I make money? How do I become sustainable? And that is where it becomes a big problem for most studios, which now cause most of them to close down after 1-2 years when they've run out of their personal funding. And finally, other areas of the games industry aside development is greatly missing. And this is very important. And this is also something we are trying to make people know. In Africa, when you hear the games industry, the first thing people think of is game developer. And whereas outside the continent, project manager is a game developer, a business developer is a game developer, a marketer working in the industry can identify as a game developer. Here in Africa, game developer is almost synonymous with game programmer. And if you are not programming, there's almost no opportunity for you to thrive here. And this is causing a big issue, because for a game to be successful, for us to have an industry, we need these other stakeholders. We need people in the finance side, in the marketing side, in the communication side, people who can liaise with government, create events, form educational structures. And this is completely missing right now in Africa, which I would love to say, following the trends that has happened over the years, has also contributed to the slow growth of the industry. So when you think Africa, you should have this at the back of your mind. First, the landscape, which is the first thing we spoke about, and then now the state of the industry. To get data is difficult, but yeah, lucky you. We'll discuss about that very soon, how you can get data about the industry. To access funding for the creatives is very difficult. They struggle to monetize their own game project. And the other side is really missing. Most of the time, it's a team of artists and developers, or should I say artists and programmers, coming together to start a studio, neglecting the business side of game development. So, moving on to try and get more understanding, because really, before you can work in this space, you really need to understand what's going on. Let's look at the perception of the industry on the continent, because if you are looking at investing in this space or working with the studio, you need to know what environmental factors are there. The cultural perception by most adults, millennials and the others, they basically think, in summary, games rot the mind. This is what a lot of us growing up were told. Stop playing games. They are bad for your health. They are bad for your mind. They make you dull. They make you, let me use a bad word here, a negative word. But basically the general perception is games rot mind. And when you look at the government side, because we and a lot of other people, creatives across the continent, have tried to engage the government, one common thing you can see among is the government is interested, but they don't understand. There's always this question, what does this industry mean? What do you people do? How do you people make money? How can you support the economic growth of our nation? They don't know. And people at the various government institutions don't have an idea as well. That's the perception. That's the problem that is there. And when you look at the teens and youths, they feel games are great, but they don't know how to make a living. They look around them, there are no game development studios making money or recruiting or employing, and that is a very big problem for them. Because if you're venturing into anything, looking at the economy of Africa, you have to think sustainability. You have to think, how do I earn a living? How do I make an income from this? And that is where people are struggling. So just to review, culturally, there is a bad perception of games that a lot of stakeholders are now trying to address. The government also has no clue on how to be inclusive or supportive. People are also trying to look into that. And the youths are very much interested in getting into the industry if there's a sustainability plan, if there's a career path clearly outlined for them. And so I think with that, you have a clear idea of what people think about the industry in Africa. Let's move on. How do Africans access games? Yeah, there's an interesting one. I've had a lot of questions. So most of these topics, these headlines you see me addressing are based on questions we've gotten from so many people over the years, and we decided to just pile them together and address them to support anyone who's interested in entering the space. So the first way we assess games are, one, being a mobile-first economy. Traditional app stores, Google and Apple Store is one way most people go. There are many more stores online, of course, but these are the go-to places where people access their games and apps. Then we also have PC and consoles. We also access PC and consoles through online and local stores. Mind you, distribution of PC and console games in Africa is very poor. Aside South Africa and some other countries, you can't even make online payments until now. It's just recently Africa got a server for FIFA, for example, and just recently many other gaming platforms are looking at setting up shops in Africa. South Africa can be said to be the most developed country in sub-Saharan Africa for the games market, because there's a lot of exchange in terms of people, expats migrating, expats running business from within and outside the continent. There's that trade existing there. So on this line about getting access to PC and console games, what you come to realize is a lot of people now rely on pirated copies of these games, which is really very bad, of course. I think everybody knows that. But that's the way it has been until now, where stakeholders are now trying to get a foothold in the market. Then the telcos as well have their own app stores. You have the MTN Game Store, you have the AHA Games from Transsion Holdings, Orange, and the likes. But what I'm more excited about is, where you have this, yes. So we have African app stores that are coming up, indigenous African app stores, like the Gara app stores, where you can get games, comics by African creators, or the Jiwe store. So Jiwe is more like Africa's itch.io. So game jams and other games are basically put on this store, and you can access them for free. Or you have the Bonaco Games Arena, mostly on the Francophone side. And you have the Bonaco Games Arena as well as Fulling Games. Fulling Games is mainly on the Francophone side, but also trying to serve all stakeholders across Africa. So these are stores, these are initiatives from African creators trying to make games more accessible, using local infrastructure to support the local developers as well as service the local players. And this is really exciting to see. I'm really excited about this. Gara, Jiwe, Bonaco, and Fulling Games. You should all check them out when you have time. So we've done quite some really exciting discussions. Let's move closer to game development. I think we've given more of an overview. Let's move closer to game development. What does game development look like on the continent? So this is like a framework. This is like a flow. Mind you, this is not everyone goes through this process, but the majority of developers, especially those starting out, go through this process. And what that means is, one, they come up with a game idea, they form a team, they build in isolation. Testing and other stuff is mainly done in-house with family and friends. Oh, I built this game, try it out for me, or fellow developers, colleagues that they know. And then they move on to publish independently. Now, people have tried to work with publishers in the past, but because of that lack of business know-how, understanding the landscape of understanding how to run a business, how to work with publishers, getting legal counsel, because all of this is missing, most people just go ahead and publish the games directly on the stores and all. And there's a lot of competition there. And a majority of them are figuring it out as they go. So when they do that, what happens is they now move on to struggle with monetization, marketing, analytics themselves. And in a 1, 2, 3 years run, most of these studios, even with the best games, end up closing up. And this is the big problem. When you look at what games devs on the continent want to build, there's mainly two factions out there. There's a faction that believes in creating games that showcase and promote Africa's cultural heritage. So in every game they are building, the story is always about the African heritage. They want to push that narrative out there. Some of these games, I just picked a few. You see the Kari's Adventure, you see Golden Georges, you see Legends of Orisha, you see Danfo Racer by Malio, Dimension 11, Maseka Game Studios, and Bawala Studios. So this is from Ghana, this is from Francophone Africa, and these two are from Nigeria. And if you look at the Danfo, that's the local boss in Lagos, Nigeria. Legends of Orisha is about like before now, basically what Nigeria, the Yoruba culture of Nigeria used to look like. That's traditional tale. Golden George is about a footballer, a former footballer who is no more playing currently. I think he's late, but yeah, it tells a story of a popular footballer from the past. Kari's Adventure, Kari's former means of transaction, our former means of exchange. Yeah, during the trade, after the trade by barter system, Kari's was like money to us Africans. And see, these people are trying to push a narrative to sell our culture. Whereas there is another group of people who just believes that we should just make fun and profitable games. This is Wishwash from Egypt, and this is Beyond Ragnarok from Nigeria. So you see, a Nigerian building a game about Ragnarok they're not really focused on sell the African narrative. They want to build games that are fun, that are entertaining, that can reach out to a wider audience, and are not really particular about pushing that narrative. And then perhaps there's a third faction who just are in between. But this is what you see a lot of people arguing about. Should we build games promoting African culture, or we should just focus on game design and building fun games? And yeah, that's what you find when you speak to a lot of stakeholders. They have their views. I think they are both valid, and whichever any studio wants to go for, as long as there's a market for it, they should really pursue it. So let's look at the major challenges of game development. I've spoken about the process. I've spoken about what most of them look at. The major challenges. One is access to funding and business support. Now, this is a no-brainer. Another one is talent and workforce. There aren't a lot of developers. We can say across Sub-Saharan, we have perhaps 500 people who know how to build games. There are initiatives trying to change that. But let's not forget the access to talent and workforce here is also linked to funding. Most of the time, it's not just that you don't see someone to work with, it's that you don't have the funds to pay that person, or the person doesn't have enough experience to do what you want. So it's not just, let's not just take it by face value. There's much more to the issue with the talent and workforce. Then infrastructure and social amenities for business growth. Doing business in Africa is very difficult, very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. The business landscape is tough. We're still struggling with various payment infrastructure. Within Africa, cross-country transactions is still very difficult to do. Sending money from Nigeria in Western Africa to Kenya in Eastern Africa is still not seamless. People are just coming up with solutions, and if you want to integrate that in your game, you would have to go through a long process, getting several APIs and the others, and it's really stressful. Social amenities like electricity, internet, good road, this is still, unfortunately, an issue in Africa, and this is affecting the growth of a lot of business, even outside the games industry. And then, once more, I bring this up, a lack of the understanding of the industry. Almost every stakeholder involved is still learning or needs to learn. The government has no clue. Financiers within the continent have no clue. The creatives are learning. And as they are learning, they now have to do the education of other stakeholders. Because once more, for the industry to grow, we need lots of people. We need these various arms working together. And that is what is gravely missing currently. So despite these challenges, I love to say there is a huge opportunity in Africa, in the African games industry. The first is the presence of a new narrative for the global games industry. I think when you look out there, it's almost like we know the kind of games that sell and people are looking for something new to play. People are looking for something they are not used to. There are lots of endless runner games, car race games, different kind of experiences that has been recycled, remodified, reskinned. But with Africa, we have the opportunity of bringing a new narrative onto the continent. This can be seen with, for example, announcements like Iwaju, which is a feature film coming up, supported by Disney, telling the story of Nigeria, which has not been done before. And a lot of people are excited. You've seen what happened with Black Panther, the Wakanda Tale, and recently The Woman King, which will be coming out soon from Sony. There is a huge opportunity to really reach wider audience, to really attract people with a new narrative, because people are tired of the norm. And for those in the diaspora and even on the continent of Africa, this is an opportunity for cultural representation and exportation, which is very much needed. We've seen what anime is doing out there. This is from Asia. They've exported their art. They have their art form, their storytelling form. And Africa has that as well. It just needs the support to brand it properly, make sure the quality is up to global standards, and then boom, a lot of amazing stuff would move on from there. Also, there's an untapped talent and consumer market. 60% of Africa's population is made up of youths. They are all youths. And what that means is you have a huge talent force that is currently looking for an opportunity to exercise their creativity and monetize their works. That's massive. In Nigeria alone, there's about 250 million people. And if we say like 50% of that are youth, think of the amount of people you have to reach out to. And there are issues of unemployment and all. Building a game studio, building a game industry would help not just support the country, but also empower a lot of the youths to be creative. And then you also have the consumer market. With that large number of people, people are looking for ways to be entertained. That's why streaming platforms are coming down here. Netflix, Amazon, name it. They are all coming down to set offices on this continent and create pricing that really supports the market so that they can grow their user base and gain more revenue. And finally, aside just the opportunity for new narrative representation, as well as an untapped talent and consumer market, let's not forget the fact that Africa is a growing population. And it's made up of youths, mainly Gen Zs, who have been rightly tagged the next billion players. So this is a big opportunity. Aside the fact that there's a large number of youth living currently, the fact that by 2050, the number would double by 50% is something you should not look away from. That's very huge. That's very huge. So if you can tackle these challenges, work with various stakeholders to tackle them, then you can properly assess this opportunity and see what you can make of it. Now, beyond the hype, yes, a lot of stakeholders are always trying to sell Africa like, oh, they sell it like it's gold, a land of gold. But whilst there are truths to the hype, there are also some things you need to be wary of. The first thing is disposable income on the continent is low. So even if you have 250 million people, that's 250 million in one country. How many of them, what's their per income capital? How many of them can spend, let's say, for example, up to $10 disposable income daily? The number is very low, very, very low. So that's one thing you need to know. You're coming to this market, you have to take that into consideration and then see how you can fine-tune your services if you really want to scale. Because it's just a small number in the population that has disposable income. And that's why the PC and console industry, for example, is not huge in Africa. Nobody has that amount of money to invest, not a lot of people. But on mobile phones, people can, and that's why that industry is growing. Also, the lack of a structure and support system. From the government side to the educational side to the financial side, the stakeholders on the continent are currently building that framework. And so if you are coming on board, you need to understand that you would also be laying down a lot of the foundation needed to grow the industry from. There's nothing for you to just come and say, oh yes, boom, you get the ground rolling. No. There are lots of stakeholders that are doing amazing stuff, and your best bet will be to work with them in helping them lay down that foundation that you can build your unicorns or studios or services from. Then infrastructure and accessibility issues are still there. Can people access your products? Do you have basic infrastructure like power, internet, and all? Now, it's not as bad as I'm saying, or you might think I am saying. However, these issues exist and there are solutions to these issues. So you just don't need to go in like, hey, it's solved. No, there's a problem, there's a solution. So go in knowing the problem exists and seeking out the best solution that suits you. And finally, each region and nation is diverse and the rules of business differ. When we started Africa Communicate, we wanted to bring everyone across Africa together. Now, we have still been able to achieve that in a large way, but then we've also learned that the way we run business in each country is different. And so that can cause frictions when you are trying to do something massive at once. So you need to break down your efforts, identify the market, and see how you can strategize and work with partners properly to achieve your goals. Yeah. And what are the trends you should look out for? I've spoken about problems, I've spoken about opportunity, what's happening currently. A lot of people are looking at social impact game development. They use this to access grants and other stuff. This is Wewe Vote by Siku Games in Kenya. They built a game that teaches people about their voting rights because, you know, things like election and the likes, a lot of people are still not familiar or aware with them. And so they built this game to really support people, to educate them. And that's cool. And a lot more people are doing that. Then there is the rise of blockchain gaming. You can see Usuku once more and Jiwe here promoting blockchain games. There are a lot of gaming guilds coming up, trying to push the narrative of, hey, play to earn. And we can use that to really support Africans because Africans are poor and stuff like that. Yes, there is poverty on the continent. However, as you would know, a lot of people are not so keen on blockchain gaming because of the impact on the society or so. Whereas there's a faction that feels like to help tackle the social issues, we can use this to empower African youths. So there are people going into that, and that's also totally fine, looking for a way to tackle the issues in the industry. Then you have hyper-casual game development. Just recently, Mekan Studios created President, an hyper-casual game that made headlines. You might have read that somewhere. It was at the top list of the Apple and the iOS and Google store for, I think, 2 weeks. They did this in collaboration with Crazy Labs, and it was really huge. And due to that success, a lot more game developers are looking at hyper-casual game development as the next part. I mean, anything that makes money, the creatives are passionate and willing to stay sustainable. So more people are looking at that. If Mekan Games can do it, they can do that as well. And finally, there's more dialogue and activism for the industry. So more stakeholders like ourselves, Africa Communicate, are coming up to educate people about what the games industry really is about and how they can play, how they can be a part of the industry, supporting its growth, as well as monetizing the industry, making money from it, building an ecosystem out of it that supports not just the creators, but the society and other stakeholders. Yeah, so that was really cool. I hope you did enjoy that short segment. So now I would like to introduce you to the stakeholders in the industry. I'll go through this quickly because I think my time is almost up. Yeah, so these are some of the game studios from across Africa. Like I said, a maximum of about 100 at any given period of time. and you can go over this. I'll get the deck across to everyone. But these are some of the studios that are actively building on the continent. These are some associations, the IGDA Association, that's IGDA. So the IGDA has a lot of factions across Africa, national communities and all. You have the Gamers Association of Ghana, which is for Ghanaian game developers. You have PAC, which was 10 studios across Africa coming together to form a strong front, and many more, basically. This is Egypt Game Developers, Ethiopia Game Association, Make Game South Africa, Angolian Gaming Community, Ned Otaku from Zambia, We Are Gamers Africa, Game Dev Nigeria, Bamako Play Games from Mali, and we have some more which you get to see later. Also, when you look at organizations, these are organizations basically that are really supporting the continent. You have Enter Africa, which is an initiative from Goethe Institute, the German embassy, and they are also spread across Africa. They have lots of national teams across Africa trying to grow the industry. You have Women in Games. Women in Games have lots of African ambassadors who are also making efforts to support the industry. And Spielfabrik, which is focused mainly on co-production between Africa and other markets, and so many more. And of course, you find Africa Communicate there as well. Then support programs from trainings to jams and so many other interesting stuff. You have the Game Dev Prototype Fund by Games Industry Africa, really cool. The Africa Games Co-Production Market by Spielfabrik. We run a fellowship, which I'll talk about more. This is the Crazy Ops program by Crazy Labs, which was how Mecan Games got to build President, which has really blown up right now, and Game Up program by Malio Games, among other programs out there. And then when you look at events, these are events that really promote game developers. Some of the most exciting ones for me are the Solo Game Dev Showcase, which is an in-house event for developers to showcase their games to themselves, to get feedback and the likes. Of course, we run the Gameathon. I'll speak about that more. Africa Games Week will be happening in South Africa. I'll be going there. And so many more interesting events across the continent. This is from Uganda, Mali. This happened in South Africa, Ethiopia, Kenya, South Africa once more, Nigeria, South Africa, online, and yeah, really cool events. So let's move on to something much more exciting. The exciting game projects from across the continent. Now, I did a peek to look at what projects are currently happening across the continent, and I compiled it together to show to you all. And the first is Riziki. Riziki won the ARC pitch for 2022 at the Africa Communicate Gameathon, which is our convention. I'll just play short reels. You get the access to the deck. You can watch the videos later on. Yeah, that's Riziki by Weza Interactive. You get access to this deck. Check out that game. I really love it a lot. Then you have Virago. This is a game about the social ills ladies go through. That's by Honest Chronicle. So this game currently has sold, I think, about 1,000 copies on Steam. It's a PC game, and lots of people, the feedback from lots of people is really good. Yeah, I'm doing my best to be time conscious, yeah. So that's Virago by Honest Chronicles. You can check them out on this URL as well. So now, let's look at what's the outlook? Like, what are we looking at? What's the forecast? What's the projection? I've been in this industry, started out as a games facilitator, moved on to operations, running events, bringing stakeholders together. And now with Africa Communicate, we're doing all of that. And now with Africa Communicate, we're doing all of that through one platform, creating a much more structured framework for the industry. The simple truth is, definitely the next billion players and consumers are coming from this continent. The market is very young, and now is the best time to enter and create those missing structures and support system for the African games industry. We don't currently have a games industry. What we have is a game space and game developers, but we are working tirelessly to make it an industry where all necessary stakeholders are involved and understand the roles they play in the industry. So now is the best time. And one thing I would love to highlight and stress is every stakeholder coming on board needs to think long term. The returns on investment would not come in a year or two. It might be 5 years, it might be 10 years. But the next billion players are coming from this continent. We have the numbers, we have the opportunity, we have the market. What we need now is the infrastructure, the structure, and the support system to help all stakeholders, including the game studios themselves, to understand the business of game development and get access to those funds and opportunities needed for them to grow and create sustainable studios. So yeah, we are Africa Communicate. We are a community of communities. We're connected to about 15 countries and communities across Africa currently. We envisage a community that can build, collaborate, and sell. We really want creators in all regions across Africa to work together to make this an industry, profitable industry. And we create these platforms, we create these opportunities for communities to merge through events, conventions, jams, and so much more. We also organize several programs. And this is our way of tackling the problem we see in the industry. We have the eAfrica Challenge that looks at using creative skills like games for social good and tackling the SDGs. We have the Spark Fellowship, a program aimed at empowering creatives with those skill sets they need to enhance their career, as well as connecting them to job and internship opportunities afterward. We also have the ACPRI Accelerator, which is targeted at studio founders to help them understand the business of game development and connect them to opportunities where they can pitch their projects for funding and the likes. Riziki was one of the studios that pitched at the just concluded Gamerton and is going to be pitching at GDB mobile game developer event. And then we also have an industry report which you can access by going to our website. It should be out before the end of this year. There you're going to get more information. We spoke to about 20 studio founders and gathered data from them. You'll be able to dive deeper to understand what their problems, what they are saying as well, and how you can enter the industry. About the Gamerton, that's our yearly convention that brings together creatives from all across Africa in games, animation, comics, and XR, creating a platform for them to showcase their works and network. And we do this mainly via Meet to Match. So it's a hybrid event. It happens virtually as well as physically. virtually, because not all creators can travel down to whichever country we are using in that particular year. So they get to join in from mid to March, connect with stakeholders within and outside the continent. And this convention includes a physical expo, workshops, industry talks, panel sessions, pitch competition, exhibitions, as well as a game jam. And you can get more information about that from africacomic.org/gameathon. So yeah, this is just some of our past works. You can see the 2021 pitch showcase here, the jam as well, some results, and you can go through our pictures. So just click on any of these links to get access to all of this. And yeah, I'm not just the one behind Africa Comicade, obviously. We are made up of about 16 team members from across Africa who are all leaders, industry leaders in their own rights. We also have Tosin, who is our community lead and is a games and XR developer, as well as a facilitator at Circuit Stream. We have Rama, who leads Enter Africa Tanzania. That's in Tanzania. We have Adewale, who is a technical artist at Quiver Games, and many more people from across 6 African countries. And together we are working, we are all youths, working together to see how we can make the space sustainable for ourselves and other creatives who are willing to join. With that, I do hope you enjoyed this session and you learned a thing or two about the industry and how you can help support building an African games industry or even accessing the opportunities within. And with that, I would say thank you. If you have any further inquiries or you want to talk, feel free to reach out to me on oscar@africacomic.org. Happy Super Festival. Thank you.
Hey everyone!
Hey everyone, we are back here live.
I hope everybody is doing all right. I'm Jordan Sparks, the Director of Technology at Hand Eye Society, and unlike before, we are actually live. I could hopefully all hear me. Oh, my audio is echoing. 1 sec. Yeah, hopefully my audio is not echoing now. Yeah, I hope everybody can hear me. We are actually live, unlike before in our previous sections, and I'm actually talking to you. I can see y'all in the chat, so thank you for telling me I'm echoing. But we are live because we are doing our first live event of the Super Festival, and here we have a panel of amazing people here to talk about reorienting how we play, accountability, healing, and restorative justice in games. So please give a warm Hand Eye Society welcome to Honey, Kishana, JC, Javiera, and Aisha. Take it away, folks. One sec, I have to re-enable the audio.
Okay, you also do. All right. Thank you so much, Jordan. Yeah. Welcome to this panel. First of all, we're going to be discussing some potentially difficult topics that are still affecting many of us in development and play spaces. So, as such, please check in with yourself and take the actions you need with care. You can mute the session, go for a walk. What was that?
Oh, sorry, one second. There seems to be an echo. If anybody on the panel is using speakers, please switch to headphones. I think that's probably it. Yeah. Welcome to streaming. We have all sorts of weird issues.
Let's try this.
I hate using headsets.
All right, how are we doing on sound?
All right, how are we doing on sound?
We all good?
All right, I think we are all headphoned up.
All right, let's go.
All right, great. So again, we're going to be discussing some potentially difficult topics that are still affecting a lot of us in play and development spaces. As such, please check in with yourself and take the actions you need for your own care. You can mute the session, go for a walk, talk with a friend, do whatever it is you need to do. Secondly, our panelists have graciously offered to be here and share their wisdom and perspective. So when the floor is opened at the latter half of this talk, any questions aimed at insulting, trolling, humiliating, or otherwise not valuing their time and person will be dismissed. Right up top, before anything begins, I want to acknowledge that the land we are on and the peoples whose stories are tied to that land are still present today. I'm coming to you from the Great Plains, which is a land that is the ancestral home of the Wichita, Kiowa, Tawakoni, and Waco peoples. This land of armadillo and bluebonnet now carries the legacies of violence against these people that killed many and displaced generations from their ancestral home. I mention this because living where they once did, our stories are still tied to by the land to theirs, and so is our liberation. If we have any desire for our descendants to see a thriving and peaceful future, we must continue to advocate for the return of indigenous sovereignty, reconnect with the land we are on, work to heal and repair the harm done to Native communities, listen to and learn from and support land back initiatives. This meeting is also facilitated by technology. We get to be here today because of the vast network of servers and companies allowing for the flow of digital information. These servers are located on stolen land built from minerals extracted through the exploitation of miners in Burundi, Uganda, Chile, just to name a few, and whose exhaust continues to push our planet into climactic retaliation. Our stories and liberation are also tied to theirs, to the bodies of Black and brown people exploited to extract metal from the earth, and to the people fleeing their homes as the sea levels rise. I mention this to reinforce that our survival and salvation is interconnected, that until all of us are free and safe, none of our descendants can truly be. And that's what a lot of this conversation is going to be about, how we can use principles of restorative justice, healing justice, and transformative justice, principles that are often part of Indigenous ways of living to help build us towards a more sustainable future for game makers and players, but these skills can also be used in our own communities. The past few years have been incredibly harrowing, to say the least. They've exposed, illuminated, and in some cases exacerbated the difficulties and pains that people face wherever they live, work, and play. For us who make play, this is really no different. We've experienced neglect from large organizations, abuse from those with power, policing and gatekeeping in our homes, play, and workspaces, disregard for our safety, and the continued undervaluing of our lives by the systems we exist within. Over this next hour, we're going to examine some of these violences, discuss their origins and effects, and set some definitions. And then we're going to share tools on recognizing patterns, working to repair ourselves and our communities, and envisioning and creating a future that we can all exist within. My name is Honey Rosenblum. I'm a queer cyborg mystic, play advocate, facilitator, mediator, herbalist in training, and executive director of currently on hiatus Friendship Garden Game Developers, which is a nonprofit organization trying to create a playful, gentle, inclusive, and sustainable future for the games industry. We root our work in the experience at the intersection of multiple marginalized identities, and we continue to organize events, interactive experiences, and other playful activations to deepen connection between self and other, to cultivate intimacy between us, land, and the infinite that is being. And now I'll pass it off to my other wonderful panelists. JC, do you want to go first?
Hello. So I'll just introduce myself. I just want to check that my audio is working fine. I am Dr. JC Lau. I am currently a senior producer at Probably Monsters, working on an unannounced project. Before that, I was at Harebrained Schemes, where I worked on BattleTech, the core technologies team, and an unannounced project. Before that, I was at Bungie, where I am the founder of the Bungie Diversity Committee, and I also worked on Destiny 2 and its first year of expansions. Now, before I got into games, I was actually an academic. I was a college professor at Virginia Tech, where I taught moral, political, and legal philosophy. My area of specialization was collective decision-making processes and political representation. And before that, my very first job actually was as a family lawyer. So these ideas of justice and healing as a community are very important to me. So, hello. I guess I should throw it over to someone else. So, Kishana.
Yeah, absolutely. JC, that's really what I'm on a chat. Here you come now. As soon as I start talking and you come, y'all be quiet now. I didn't know that, JC. I'm really glad to be here to share space with you all. Kishana Gray, Associate Professor in Writing, Rhetoric, and Digital Studies at the University of Kentucky. I study like online communities, online interactions, the experiences of marginalized and minoritized people inside these spaces. I'm also really interested in seeing what the esports and streaming spaces look like, especially for those same folks. I'm glad to be here. I'll send it over to you, Javiera.
Hello, I'm Javiera. I'm a pronouncer she, her. I'm an associate producer at Threshold Games, where we are building a Solarpunk 4X city builder that is aiming to decolonize conventions of the genre and tell a meaningful story with that. And I, you know, it's not fair to have to follow such luminaries. I was a director of operations for a restaurant group before coming to the game industry. And something that I'm intensely passionate about is demystifying the hiring and recruiting process for game studios as well as people looking for jobs in games.
Yeah.
To bring about just a more equitable workforce.
Yeah.
And how about you, Aisha?
Yeah.
Hi, folks. My name is Aisha Shillingford. My pronouns are she, her, hers. And I am an artist, designer, and cultural strategist. And the artistic director of Intelligent Mischief, which is a creative studio dedicated to unleashing Black imagination to shape the future.
Yeah, love it. Awesome.
Yep. I'm so excited to be here with y'all today and to really begin this conversation. So, since this panel is focused on harm and transformation, let's start with definitions so that everyone understands the context that we're working from. How would you define harm? And feel free to use experiences and examples that you've seen or faced.
Right. I appreciate you asking that question. And I think it's a good place to start because I know we have, some general conceptions of like what harm is, especially like in the gaming space, right? But I also think that some of those definitions are pretty limiting, right? Because a lot of them, talk about like individual infractions, individual like offending. And, those are very like important and very significant. I think that if we were to spend more time really like at the structural and institutional level and thinking about, the harms that are enabled by individual like users, if we look at like structural approaches, I think we can get like a lot farther, which this discussion will unveil, some of those, the limits of interventions, the limits of like approaches, because of how limiting, these spaces are. And so whenever we think about, like harms, like I bring it down to the simplest terms, the reduction of joy in the space. That simple as that, right? If there is a reduction of a reduction of joy, if something is taking my joy, impacting my joy inside the space, then a harm is being done. Like as simple as that, right? And then of course, a person's, that reduction of joy means different things for different people. But I think just starting like at that definition, I think it generates plenty of conversations and plenty of things to talk about. Also, just to keep it as inclusive like as possible. And then we can branch off and talk about like different reductions of joy and what that actually means. So that's what it means for me.
Yeah. And I just want to jump on that because I think it's really interesting you define this as a reduction of joy because the game space is about joy. Like as game makers, we are basically digital toy makers. We are purveyors of joy. And our work should also be joyful. So to define harm in this way is really interesting because it just goes so against how, like, what we are doing and the products we are creating and, like, the reason why we are here. And so, for me, harm is, all those things, but I think it is also something about, like, if we were to talk about the institutional and structural systems under which we create joy, harm is what happens when we have collectively failed to protect someone or something that causes this joy. Yeah. And I want to emphasize the collective nature of it just because game making is very oftentimes it's a collaborative process. It requires multiple people working together. And when we are working collectively, then there are also points of collective failure. And that is something I hope that we can address today as well.
I can share a bit, and I really appreciate the reflections, especially in the context of gaming. I think I'm the only person on the panel that's not in the gaming industry. So thinking about the context that I am mostly coming from, it's from, climate environmental justice work and domestic violence prevention work and economic justice work. So when I was reflecting on how I was understanding harm, I thought about it as either the intentional or unintentional, like crossing of emotional, mental, physical, spiritual, social, economic, etc. boundaries in a way that separates and the being that is harmed from their inherent wholeness, safety, or right to self-determination, whether that is a living being, a land, a community, etc. So just thinking, I think like really focusing on, especially in the context of this panel, that harm can be both an action that is done intentionally or unintentionally, but is also an experience of the person who's sort of been sort of separated, or whose boundaries have been crossed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think of harm as an isolating experience that diminishes a person's sense of well-being or a sense of safety or a sense of belonging, and that can be diminished across emotional levels. It can be diminished across a sense of physical safety, but I think psychological safety is often where harm is perpetuated to consolidate power.
Yeah, I like these definitions as they are really focusing on the experience of the person that has been harmed, because ultimately that's where harm is recognized, is in the individuals that have been harmed.
Right.
And Kishana, you mentioned that like there is this sort of collective harm that happens by existing inside of these systems that these systems enable. So I think that there are these two really interesting cases of harm that become really hard to identify, which is one, when we've been sitting inside of a system for so long, we've normalized its messages, and it's hard for us to see how it harms us. And then two, when there's an individual that has caused some harm to happen, and it is also enabled and normalized by these systems, so that we almost don't necessarily recognize that it is an aberration and often blame the one person instead of looking at the larger systems at play. So I think the question we have here is, how do we recognize when harm has happened, both within ourselves, and how do we tie it and recognize which systems are at play when it does happen?
I think that's such a good question, honey, you know, because at first, especially like in, you know, I'm in the console gaming space like a whole lot. Like I'm looking at like interactions in that space. And early on, whenever I was trying to like do like a lot of research, especially like for, you know, graduate school, you know, dissertation work, you know, I wanted like a question that I asked people. I asked them like, when was the first time you experienced harm? When was the last time, and when was the worst time, right? Now, if I were to go back and do this again, I'm like, I don't know why I rooted it in that, right? It was so awful, like to just talk about the harms, right? But what I found in that was that what I defined as harm was not the same as like what somebody else like would define as harm. And I'll use like, you know, for example, like, you know, the N-word. You know, honey, you just talked about like the normalization of things like in space. Like we've normalized sexism. We've normalized racism. We've normalized like all these awful things inside like the gaming space. And so whenever I was talking, you know, specifically like to Black men about like their experiences like around these things, they were like, that's no big deal. That's just trash talking, right? They lumped it under that umbrella, not even realizing, you know, that was like a harm that was done to them, because they were like, well, that's just what the gaming space is. So just trying to like break down, you know, that the complexities of that alone, so they can realize like they're being harmed. Because I think for a lot of them, I mean, especially with how, you know, their masculinity is like set up, they didn't want to admit that a harm had happened to them, because that was for them, or a lot of these cis het Black men, they were like, you know, that's a sign of weakness, you know. And I was like, where do I even go to start if you don't even define this thing as something that was awful that happened to you, that was even like a harm? And they was like, well, that's just what being like Black in America is. They have normalized, because that metric, the litmus test, is just so high or subterranean. I don't even know which way. Like it's probably low. The bar is low, you know, especially with the everydayness of microaggressions that, you know, all, you know, that we experience. So I think really just trying to say, hey, you can say you've been harmed, like just getting people to just admit that something had happened. But I also, you know, so that was a struggle. So that I'll put that out there. I'll stop right there. But I appreciate you asking that, honey.
I'm struck how much that example, Kishana, like reminds me of what, when I was doing work in the intimate partner violence prevention space, and how much you know, just some of the same patterns of the shame, you know, not wanting to admit harm or admit being susceptible to harm. Or not finding an environment that creates a space for talking about it. So a lot of like social pressure not to. And when I think about those similarities, like I think about things like you know, when that it's often that people who are abused, like sometimes don't, because it is so normalized, as we all mentioned, don't notice it as abuse. It's just what life is like. But in working with people who had experienced abuse, like often inviting people to ask, like, do I feel like I have agency? Like, do I have I feel like I can make choices? Do I feel safe? Do I feel like self-determined? And do I feel like that there's enough spaciousness in my life to fulfill my fullest potential? And that often when those kinds of questions are considered, like that's when people realize, oh, this is a scenario in which there's some kind of pattern of abuse or pattern of harm. And that those things, agency, safety, self-determination, and the ability to achieve my full potential are inherent rights. If those things are missing, I'm being harmed in this situation.
Yeah. What's up?
Yeah, I'm curious just to follow from what you just said, Aisha. When harm is perpetrated or abuse is perpetrated, I'm curious if the person that is the subject of that is trying to not claim that it is abuse or harm, just because that is the piece of control that they have over. Like, it's like I can control that narrative about like what is being done to me, and if I'm not naming it as harm, then it's not harm, right? Like, I think one of the big things here, like the challenge, is really naming the thing, like giving it a name. It like makes it real in a way. And I know also in the games industry there are these very big legal and structural obstacles to being able to do this. Like, I'm just thinking about like the fact that anti-disparagement agreements exist when people are let go from studios, or there are gag orders that are put on people for or people are told not to talk to the press. Like, there are these processes and systems that have been put in place to prevent people from being able to name things as harm. And it's only in very recent years that we're starting to see a trend where people can still, like, people are starting to overcome this, but it is challenging because we are dealing with these very big structural processes that have been in place for decades, and we have to like push against that in order to even recognize that this thing that has happened is harm. So yeah, that's all I wanted to add.
And I do think that is like a crucial step that is often overlooked in cases of mediation, or in cases of a company like a game studio trying to support an employee that has experienced harm and has reported it as harm, is that even the like mutual collective acknowledgement and agreement of naming the behavior that caused the harm and separating the behavior apart from the person who committed it, so that you are able to zoom out a little bit and identify like what was like the root unmet need that this person was faced with, that like they chose to have compensating behavior as a means of meeting that need in a way that was going to like cause harm intentionally or unintentionally as like a side effect. And often people who are who have caused harm or who are actively causing harm, they don't see it as such.
That's right.
They see it as either, oh, this is a last resort, or, oh, it's not that big of a deal. And they can't even agree on that like reality. So establishing a shared reality and believing someone's experience and giving someone the space and time to reflect internally for themselves what that experience was, enough so that they can like adequately describe what that experience was, and then have that like shared reality establishing. It's a crucial step.
Absolutely.
And I think on that note of just trying to establish that shared reality, we're going to move into the sort of transformation section of our talk, which is defining what transformative justice means, what it means for us, and like how we can use It's the tools that are present in movement spaces, in violence prevention spaces, and abolition spaces for our companies to create a shared reality, to hold one another accountable, and to create community accountability processes and other processes that can work towards repair. So let's start with a definition. What is transformative justice, restorative justice, healing justice, whatever? There are differences in between those, but whatever ones you prefer to use. And why is it an important framework for you?
This is a hard one. So I know that there are actual definitions that exist, right? But I also want to root, how I define it in like the realities of how hard it has been to implement these things in spaces, right?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna just go with what I see from the struggles of like, all these decades of shared experience that we have like across us, right? I think it's the intentionality of trying to not only just like fix a problem, but also identify the root cause of the problem. Like I really had to like break it down like as simple as that for a lot of these, like in academic spaces and like these tech spaces, because I'm just even thinking about, a lot of these frameworks, which a lot of these folks are going to be talking about here, for the audience. In most of these tech spaces, we're not even ready to begin at step one of what we see like in like the community, activism kinds of spaces. But just identifying that there is a problem is really a huge step for like a lot of these companies. And I know that's sad, but I'm just going to go with what reality is, just identifying a problem and maybe identifying like some, like some intentions behind trying to fix that problem.
One thing I'd like to add to that also is the idea of restorative justice being, and like we talked about, it is a very like nebulous concept that has different meanings. Like from like I have a legal background and it has a very different definition than from like a political philosophy background, and also in the game space it means something very different. But just if I were to abstract that into a into a one sentence blurb about what we're talking about when I say restorative justice, I'm talking about having a system of justice that, like, if you compare that, or contrast that with a punitive system, it's looking at a systemic solution to what Javiera has called an unmet need. It's a way of giving space to both the perpetrator and the victim, and in the context of a community. This is why when we were talking about harm, I said harm is a collective failure, because the system is built by the community, and the community has failed to do something to protect the person who had harm inflicted on them. So it is on the community to mend that. It is not like, it is not just on the perpetrator. Like the perpetrator is a part of the system, and we need to understand all those moving parts together. And so when we talk about like restoring justice, what we mean here is really having a process by which all the parties, including the community as a whole, have space to understand what has happened and can move forward together from that.
And I also think of restorative or transformative justice as a means of equipping all parties involved with better tools and language and like tools of communication, tools to identify like harm at earlier stages. I look at transformative justice as a more equitable redistribution of power, so that those extreme power divides do not continue to engender the same patterns of behavior by providing protections to the people causing harm, and by making it even more dangerous and more vulnerable for a person who is experiencing harm to even identify it publicly as, hey, this is harm, hey, this is an injustice, and I need support.
As you all were speaking, I was thinking about kind of like this, especially what you were just saying, Javiera, around like the tools to intervene or prevent harm like earlier on. And I was thinking a little bit about almost the inevitability of harm. especially unintentional because of not knowing everyone's boundaries ahead of time. Like there's a high chance, right, of creating a separation or unintentionally crossing boundaries, so what have you. So I was thinking about restorative or transformative justice almost as like a set of rituals or practices where we're sort of always engaging in sort of reaffirming of those boundaries and supporting a return to wholeness in a kind of regular, often, something we do often all the time. Like I think about like, I have a pair of nibblings, like they're 4 years old. And sometimes we, like you unintentionally hurt their feelings or like, and it's going to happen all the time. Like as you just learn who these people are becoming. And so that kind of like practice of supporting that return to wholeness, within communities and so on was what was coming up for me as well.
I especially love the concept of returning to wholeness and this term of restitution. And it's easy to stumble over like what that looks like if someone has, has experienced harm. And there are often cases where loss is experienced, and on the surface, it could be perceived that there is no path backward, that like sometimes scars are left and it is a very disembodying experience, and it can often feel like there's no home to return to. But when I think about being made whole, I think about wholeness as our own innate dignity and our own innate our potential, and to be restored to a status that we are able to be present with ourselves and able to be present in an environment that is conducive to safety, so that we can come back to play, and we can come back to an environment that it is safe to strategize and safe to reflect.
So one thing also that's interesting about when we talk about restorative justice is it is this idea of coming back to a place of safety, but it is also very future looking. We're also looking at how do we make things better for like, how do we reduce trauma for future generations? How do we constantly improve? And now I'm just going to very quickly put on my producer hat, because this is what producers do all the time. We talk about retrospectives, like when a milestone in our game project has passed, or at the end of a sprint or whatever, we talk about what went well, what could have gone better, and like any action items we can take from that. And this is very structurally similar to a restorative justice process, where we look at what has happened and we say, okay, what are the things that we want to make better? Like, what are the things we can do to make better? What are the tools that we have that we can use to, do these things to make people's lives better, to reduce the amount of harm that has been done, to pave the way to make a brighter and more sustainable and safer future for, like, your studio, your community, your industry, whatever it is. But we need to have both of those steps. We need to look into the past to see what has happened, to know where to go in the future. And these things are all connected.
I think that leads in really great to the next question we have, which is, when we think about transformation, envisioning and imagining futures is sometimes an incredibly powerful first step in creating action and guiding us towards a vision. I'm going to pass this off to Aisha, because I know this is a thing that you have incredible experience with, but like, what has your experience been with imagining futures? What skills do you use, and what sort of techniques do you have in creating these sort of collective visions of something that's more preferable and possible?
I also just wanted to briefly add a final thought on the topic of transformative justice, that for me, it is predicated on the notion that none of us are disposable. And I think that is something that the economic models that nations and communities have depended on for so long around, like, imperialist, like white supremacist capitalism. They teach us that, like, oh, if our if our game studio, if one of our engineers is causing a problem, let's just fire her. We can hire a new engineer. And they don't realize that like it's not just the destruction of that one person's life, but it is all the lives that person touches. And it is all of the myriad like tangential relationship that person holds.
That's right.
And so my favorite thing about transformative justice is that it cannot exist in a world where we can throw someone away.
That's right.
That there is a tomorrow.
That's
and
right.
that person,
absolutely,
their body is still here.
Yeah.
And how can we honor the dignity and the infinitude of this person and all that they could be capable of?
Yeah.
How could we honor that if we just stop at a penal reaction?
Right.
Of like, oh, you made this person suffer, and so now you too must suffer. It's dehumanizing.
Yeah. Beautiful.
But I'm sorry to.
No, it's all good. No, that's like just making me reflect. Real quickly before I talk about visioning the futures, is just making me reflect on the assumption of the capacity of an individual to want to repair the harm, and maybe that our systems sort of don't leave space for that. You know, it made me think of people who, when they have committed harm and sort of like face that sometimes they want to separate from community for a little while so that they can sort of navigate whatever in them, you know, brought that into being. So, it's just an image of that like kind of popped up for me. So thank you for that.
Absolutely.
I'll say real quickly in terms of imagining futures, like to be like super honest, like the approach that we use at Intelligent Mischief for imagining futures is probably an approach that we were introduced to through fantasy and gaming. We use world building. The reason we use it is because we were creating a project in 2015 called the Black Body Survival Guide, and we wanted to make it something similar to the Zombie Apocalypse Survival Guide. So we wanted to make it a bit satirical, and because we wanted to sort of highlight the absurdity of racism in a so-called post-racial society. So we wanted to sort of suggest that there are no tools for someone who experiences the harm of racism to avoid being harmed by racism. You know, and sort of push back on this idea that there are things you can do, you know, similar to like, there are things you can do to prevent assault. Like, it's like, no, that's not on you. Like, you know, so we were sort of dealing with that, and we were writing these chapters about different forms of structural racism in different institutions, like you know, in the carceral institutions, in education, in climate, like the intersection of gender and race and racism and so on. And when we were writing the chapter on police brutality on carceral state, we couldn't get to like a satirical voice because it was too close. You know, like people were writing their anger into the chapter. So we asked ourselves, like, who would we have to be and where would we have to have come from for us to kind of objectively write about, you know, structural racism in the carceral state. And so we realized that we had to like build a whole world with a set of characters who had never experienced that, but kind of knew about it from a distance. And so we did, you know, some world building to create an entire, you know, a society that had never experienced either enslavement or colonialism, so that people in that society could sort of look from afar at what was happening and sort of have this kind of more clinical, objective voice that from which we could then draw a satirical voice. So, you know, subsequently, we've just integrated world building as the core tool for imagining and envisioning futures. And we've sort of combined that with transformative movement building and transformative strategy that was taught to us by Norma Wong of the Chosen Ji Temple in Hawaii, and she's a Zen Buddhist priest that had been, and a political strategist, and had been a mentor to many social movement organizations for several years. And she introduces this approach to transformative strategy that invites you to envision a long arc future, like 100-year future, and to imagine what you want the future of your descendants, whether descendants in your community or in your own family and so on, what you want the future of those people to be 100 years from now. So essentially 7 generations from now, and to practice writing stories of beautiful futures that are the result of work that we do now. So that's really what we draw on, is it's storytelling and world building and centering the people who will inherit this land from us, and sort of putting ourselves in the position of being responsible ancestors who are dreaming wild for their descendants. I'll pause there.
I love it. I love that.
I love that last line. The words popped up in my head of conducting ourselves properly as stewards for the future.
Yeah, one thing I see about us all doing this work, and just collectively where the industry is going and how we kind of carry ourselves forward, is what we're doing really right now is we're planting seeds for trees under whose shade we will never sit. This is work for future generations. And I really love that we're talking about not just the next generation of people that come into this industry, but 7 generations out. What would that even look like? And it's wonderful just to think about the multitudes of possibility we have for what that space would look like, and how bright that future could be if we take certain steps today.
I'm so excited for us to reduce our vocabulary of the kinds of harm that we see. I think that it is possible. I think that it is possible to equip ourselves with language to adequately describe the experiences we're going through, and look at a piece of harm and go, we don't need to do that anymore. We don't need to have pay disparities between genders. We don't need to hire all white men.
I work a lot in the, I'm not gonna say I've given up on adults, but I thank you all for this reframing that y'all have given me about planting, the seeds for trees that were never set up on, thank you all for that, because that really helps me a lot. But I'm thinking about in a space, I often work with kids a whole lot. Kids who are, existing and living in a world that wants to harm them every day, that doesn't want them to thrive, and especially queer kids, kids of color, trans kids, and, they're always well, what can be done now? What can happen now? So I was well, I think one of the useful things that I'm thinking about what Aisha just said, I often think about world building with kids, and we have some beautiful frameworks and templates from games, that we can employ and utilize. So I know when I'm working with kids, we often imagine a world. I'm okay, what's going to be your role in this world? Of course, you can pick from the healer and the mage, you can pick from those kinds of things, but these are also all roles that there are no destructive ends in them. There's no, you either are going to build or rebuild a new world, or you're going to destroy it, and nobody wants to say, well, I want to destroy it, but I make them have to pick the role, to say, okay, which one are you actually going to do? So we do have some really beautiful models, for us to rethink what it could be. And I really just want to give kids hope, give them, just this template of we can kind of create it, right now. But really thank y'all for that, because I give up on adults a whole lot. I'm I'm tired of y'all. I guess, so I appreciate y'all are amazing. I'm learning so much from y'all here. Thank you.
So we've talked sort of about the frameworks of what restorative justice might be, how we could get together and envision what the future of game making and what the future of our communities might be. But let's talk about some of the tangible things we can do. Earlier, Kishana mentioned, and I think it's very true, that really the first step is just even getting people to admit, for companies to admit that something has been done wrong. What are some of the techniques and ways that we can build into our companies, into our studios, this sort of process of acknowledging, recognizing, and restoring harm.
Yeah. I'm gonna start because you brilliant minds are gonna have way more beautiful things to say here. But I'm at a point where I am getting tired of the apology. And because the apology is like the template that most of these companies, that's the only thing they got, right? And then we try to say, well, there are other things that we should and could implement. I'm like, okay, because the apology is just step one. That's like the first start. And then a lot of people are like, okay, we apologize, we're done, right? No, sir. Like, no, not at all. And I think that's like one of the hardest things because, so many of these institutions, and I'm speaking also from like an academic space, because there's a lot, I work in, academia where we have all of these awful folks who have done so much harm. We've got predators who are still like teaching classes and have access to like students, and they're like, well, they're off. We're not putting them in the classroom, so that's good enough. No, that's not good enough. You know what I'm saying? But I also want to think about the model where I think about, okay, these folks are not disposable. How do we actually, that change behavior? Absolutely, Javiera. How can we change that behavior? And I'm stumped on that part. I don't know, because also I'm just like, get rid of them. Dispose of them, because I don't know what else to do, because I think also the models that we have right now are very limiting. They're prohibitive. And so it's hard because they're not, and we have these beautiful, abolition models. We have models where they can implement, but they're not there yet. So, I think a lot of us are operating under like the systems that we're in. And right now it's just to just dispose of people, but that's not fixing the problem at all. And so I think I'm stuck there. I'm stuck there. I'll be honest.
Something that I come back to is that like a game studio may like have someone who commits sexual assault or harassment, and then they're like, oh, this person is the problem. Let's penalize them, and even if they are defanged and thrown away, like, it is a very presumptuous notion that each of us are immune to that behavior, that we are immune to like reactionary behavior that's going to compensate for unmet needs. Like, we are all human. And I come back to that, like, we are not disposable, and that like the wellness and happiness and sense of belonging and ability to be believed as capable of changing. I think being seen as someone who's capable of change is something that often people who cause harm are robbed of. They're robbed of that humanity. Like for me, like what to the initial question of like, well, like, what do we do? Like I think back to how. Like, if a policy is put in place,
you want to do something?
Often a company will like draft guidelines for conduct of the employee, and the way that an employee is onboarded is they're like, okay, cool, here's your responsibilities, here's how you're going to do those tools, here's how you use those tools, but none of it is given focus on here's how we treat each other, and here is what the process looks like if someone has committed harm. Here is how we define harm. Here are the frameworks that we can lean on to support all of us when this invariably happens, because people look at harm as if harm happens. And instead, what if we start looking at it as when harm happens? This is what we can do. Right. And step one could be the cessation of that harm, of stopping the harm. And
so I want to go back to something Kishano mentioned about academia, because I was also in the academic space, and basically my transition from academia into the games industry was basically working with toxic old white men to working with toxic slightly less old white men. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. But okay, so in academia there's a concept of tenure, which is basically when a professor reaches a particular stage of their academic experience, they basically get a job at an institution and they can stay there for the rest of their lives. And in these cases, like, you run into these situations where people can perpetrate all kinds of
Right.
harm, but because they have this particular status, it's almost like, oh, well, they contribute so much to the university and the academic field, so we can't get rid of them. Like, and in a way, that's very similar to like in games, we have this idea, albeit very, very wrong, but this idea of rock stars, right? It's like a rock star is someone that is so valuable to your company that no matter what they do, you cannot get rid of them. And first of all, that is absolute bullshit. Like, like no one is above anyone else in that way.
That's right.
The definition of rock stars in its very own concept devalues the like contributions of other people. And it's just a very like, I don't know. I don't want to say fucked up, but it's a very fucked up concept that we just think this is just an acceptable norm that someone is more important than someone else because of this. And I think part of the reason that like we, you know, we talked at the start about just, you know, we come into these harmful like environments and we just kind of internalize this and it just becomes this very normalized thing. I think that's where we need to start is like, why is it the case that when we come into these spaces, we are handed down these policies and these tools and like, you know, these systems where we just have to accept them? Like, what if we didn't? Like, we cannot consent to our own oppression, right? Like that just doesn't make, like, why would we want to do that? And when I'm talking about these systems, what I'm talking about are things like, you know, I talked about anti-disparagement agreements before. Like, you know, we can't name the harm if we can't talk, like, you know, if we literally cannot name the harm. Things like mandatory mediation. Like, why do we have this like power dynamic system where the person that is having harm perpetrated on them has to consent to going through this traumatic process? And the lack of consent for people in these situations for being able to, like, you know, I guess it's like when you enter the games industry, a lot of times you are trying to just get a job. And you will consent to whatever, to whatever, because you want to get a job. And what I want to do is challenge the nature of that consent, because it's not real consent. It is, there is a massive power dynamic that is happening there that like you cannot overcome just by getting someone to sign a piece of paper. And I don't mean just NDAs, I mean all the like, you know, the entire studio policy. And this is pervasive across our industry. And I think that's where we need to start, is looking at that and looking at how we get genuine consent from people for the practices and the policies, because that gives them buy-in to the norms of that studio, the norms of that community. And that is where you really need to start.
And when people, like, when you have buy-in from people in, you know, in your team, in your company, in your studio, like when you have a person's consent, you have their spirit, you have their motivation, you have their heart, you have their ear, you have their genius, you have their feedback, their ability to call things out that maybe don't need to stay there. I think people rush things. They rush to build companies and studios, and they go, oh, we're going to start a studio and we're going to hire 30 people this year. And that's so many people. And that's even small for many companies. So I think like scoping down and slowing down and really taking the time, treating the culture of establishing consent and like collective permission to operate with each other under a set of like mutually agreed societal frameworks. That is the first crucial step. And I think that we could be doing a better job of being slower about that, and a better job of establishing like even just like a prerequisites for what is like how can a company be ethical in this process.
Yeah, we're almost out of time. Aisha, did you want to add anything to this?
Oh, I was going to go exactly where Javiera went around, you know, thinking about like, you know, obviously like capitalism makes it such that any kind of company will find it inconvenient to slow down and deal with harms, except in the area of liability. And they'll try to like push it to liability as, you know, make it an HR issue as much as possible. You know, but I think, fantasize about structures that support more collaboration, more collective decision making, and that shifts some of the power dynamics that are often or often just create space for harm. Like hierarchical power dynamics and so on. That just humans have a tough time not harming folks when they have a lot of power. And so if we can like sort of spread that power around a bit, and I think about holacracies and other cooperatives, employee-owned employee-owned structures and so on that might help at least shift the power dynamics and reduce some of the harms that are due to power.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it would take a lot of slowing down, so that's why it's hard. Like existing companies would be like, wait, we gotta like make more collaborative decisions. That's not very efficient. So slowing down would have to be a shared agreement across, not just in one company. It would have to be it'd have to be a culture shift in our society.
I think. Sorry, I was just gonna say real quick on the business side of this, like in terms of like we live in a capitalist society and people need to frame this in business terms. Like this is an investment, right? We are investing in the future of this industry. That's right. If anything, that is the argument for doing this: is we are investing in a brighter future for our not just ourselves but future generations of devs. And if that means we have to slow down now, like we're trying to play the long game here. So it's like we need to do that now.
I'm sorry that we're out of time. I really enjoyed this conversation. I'm also sorry to chat that we weren't able to get to your questions. If you have any, go ahead and just post them and I'll see if we can get to them later. Again, this has just been really scratching the surface of potentially beginning to change how we create play and running the industry. And just thank you all for being here and sharing your wisdom and sharing your time and space. It's been really incredible. We actually have a link with resources if you want to do further reading that we'll go ahead and post. And feel free to follow us on the socials and drop any questions you have in the chat. Again, thank you so much for your presence.
Are we still live?
Who is great. And how's my life changed? Well, it's changed.
Mostly
I want to have an impact on the games industry because it's such a new field, or do I want to spend my time?
I guess my hope is that I might inspire playfulness in others.
Saying that.
I feel
Look at me. Look at me.
What's real?
What's real?
Prioritize what I want to do with my time.
Can you play something? For their friends and family.
Your distraction machine. Save our people or lead us to ruin.
La definición de un río sí, te la van a decir, pero cauce que transporta agua. Pero no, es muy amplio. Creo que no sé, no me alcanzarían por ahí las palabras para definir lo que es un río. Pero un río es vida, es todo. Un río transporta vida. Sí, ¿no?
Para las comunidades originarias de la zona, el río tiene un propósito. El río tiene lo que las comunidades originarias le llaman Niem. Tiene como un espíritu. Tiene como un espíritu y muchos espíritus que lo habitan. Por eso cada vez que una comunidad originaria de la zona tiene que hacer algo con el río, tiene como costumbre pedirle permiso. A nosotros desde la civilización occidental como que nos sería gracioso pedirle permiso a un río, pedirle permiso a un cerro, pedirle permiso a un arroyo para pasar. Pero las comunidades originarias acostumbraron a que el agua tenía un sentido para ellos y entonces por lo tanto había que tratarla como un hermano más. Eso es decir, hermana agua, hermano fuego, hermano cerro, que ahora nosotros ya traducimos tan libremente, tiene que ver con esa cosmovisión que tenían las comunidades originarias, sentirse parte de los ríos.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. And we are back here for another live session. And this time we have a lot to talk about again. We know that in games, relationships in regular life are really complicated, but when it comes to virtual characters and all the characters we can have relationships with inside of games, it can be even more so. Here to talk about that for their talk, Relationship Status Equals Complicated, please welcome Bobby Augustine Sand from Sweden as they talk about this amazing subject. Take it away, Bobby.
Hi everyone. It's so nice to be here. I'm sitting out in the countryside in Sweden, and it's really dark outside, but so it feels nice to be part of this cozy festival. I'm feeling a little warmer now. So, but yeah, first a little about me. My name is Bobby. I'm an indie developer from Sweden, and I'm very interested in relationships, both with real people and with fictional people. And this is what the talk is going to be about. When I make games, it's with my indie studio, Transcenders Media. And the games that we make, they are mainly focused on existential themes, identity, and like how you develop yourself. And we released a game in 2019 called Knife Sisters, and I will base most of the talk on what we learned from that, but I will also take some other examples. So we also have quite a large focus on LGBTQ themes in our games, so that will also be a part of it. So this game, Knife Sisters, inspired me to make this talk because we got a lot of feedback. about how players felt when they play the game. And so the talk is going to be about what role does player agency have in games centered around relationships? What happens when players get to have fictional relationships? And about the talk, it's 60 minutes long, so if you need to take a break, you should, because it's quite a long talk. It will be recorded, so you can go back and watch what you missed later. And also, because Knife Sisters has BDSM as a part of its theme, so there will be some imagery related to that shown, but it's not sexually explicit images and it's no nudity in it, but be aware that this will be part of the talk. And there will also be spoilers of games, because I will talk in depth about Knife Sisters, but also about other games, so it's good to know, but it will mainly be spoilers for Knife Sisters. And I will try to warn when I talk about other games. So when I wrote the description to this talk, I thought about in what ways do players make choices when it comes to relationships in games. And I thought to ask some questions that I would base the talk on. And this was one: should players get a wide variety of romanceable characters to choose from and be able to shift the relationships according to their preferences? Or could it be meaningful to exhort players into having relationships they wouldn't choose for themselves to convey a specific story? So this is what I will talk about and take different examples of. But a little more about me, because I started making games in 2006 with a company called Osma Games. And we made games to explore what games were and could be. We were 2 people in that company. But we didn't make story-based games. They were more gameplay-based, and they explored playing and creativity in game form. For example, we made a poetry game that you can see on the right. It was called Words of Oz, so it was more like a playful poetry game. But at the same time, I wrote novels, fiction novels, and they were more like young adult novels, focused on the thematics like coming of age, identity, and stuff like that. And I always questioned if it was possible to make a game that had that kind of themes, because the games we made with Osma weren't like that at all. So in 2017, we started working on Knife Sisters, and that was the first game where I started using those kind of themes in a game instead of the fiction novels I had written before. One game that also inspired me a lot to make Knife Sisters was Lady Killer in a Bind, which I had played right when I started to make Knife Sisters, and I really liked that game. I hadn't played so much visual novels before, so I wasn't coming from the visual novel scene at all. I think I had played 1 or 2 visual novels before that. But I was looking, because I was researching for Knife Sisters, how to make the game, because I had a story in mind, but I didn't really know how I could make that story into a game. And then I played Lady Killer in a Bind and saw that, yes, a game can actually really be about relationships, and it can be where you get to explore a lot of different things, but still have a long story, a long, focused story. And that was exactly what I wanted to do with Knife Sisters. And when I started working on Knife Sisters, I just knew that this game would be about a non-binary character that lived in a medium-sized city. And the inspiration for that character had actually come when I was at the Pride Parade in Malmö. It was in 2015, I think. And when we went in that parade, we were really happy. I know all people don't feel that way when they join a Pride Parade, but we were really happy when we came to the end of the parade. And it was a celebration in the park. But then I saw someone standing a bit off and looking not happy at all. They had a pair of broken angel wings, and yeah, they just didn't look happy at all. And I drew a first version of Leo, that's to the left in the picture. I didn't know who this person was, and I just saw them very briefly, but I started to think about who they were and why weren't they happy. And that just triggered my imagination, and I wanted to make something with this character. But from the beginning, I didn't know that it would become a game, because I had some different ideas. The first idea was, of course, to make it into a novel, because that was what I was used to doing with my that kind of stories. And then I had an idea that it would be a web series, like actually a TV series for the web, because there was some kind of contest that I was applying for to make a TV series. But we didn't like win in the contest, so it wouldn't become a TV series. And then me and my now business partner started to discuss that maybe this could be a game, because it would be about exploring things. It would be about exploring sexuality and different sexual practices. And it would also be about dependence, like dependence on other people, like also codependence, not always a good thing. So, and then we discussed, because maybe those topics would actually suit very well for a game, where the player could make choices for themselves and actually explore a little more freely. Then, of course, you can't do that in a book in the same way. So at some point between 2015 and 2017, we decided that this should be a game. We also applied for funding from Kulturbryggan in Sweden, which is the Swedish Arts Council. And we got some initial funding to start making the game. So in the start of 2017, we like started producing Knife Sisters. And in the game, you play as Leo, who is a bit Leo is a bit indifferent in the beginning of the game. They don't really feel as much as they would like to feel. They have like quit school and is mainly just hanging around in their apartment, which they share with a few other people. And Leo is not doing a lot. But then Dagger moves into the commune, and she starts like poking Leo and wants them to do things for her. She says she's part of a secret society that's called Knife Sisters, and she starts asking things of Leo, starts asking them to do things for her, and wants Leo to also become part of Knife Sisters. And those things are quite hard to do at times. It can be like rather weird things, like getting blood from an innocent person and stuff like that, that you can't even really say how you should really do that. And as the game progresses, the Leo and the player has to ask themselves, do I really want to do this? Should I do what Dagger asks of me? And to understand a little about what people said about the game, I need to also talk about how the game is built, the structure of the game. So the game is divided into 6 chapters. They are all 1 week long, so every chapter is 1 week in the game. So the game is, it goes on for 6 weeks. But it starts in the end of the game with a scene where Leo wakes up and doesn't have any memory of what happened the night before. But they have a feeling that something really bad might have happened, because their phone is brimming with messages, their clothes are lying wet on the floor, and they just don't feel good at all. So that's how the game starts, and then the player has to go back 6 weeks in time to try and find out what really happened. And what really happened is a bit different depending on how the player plays the game. And the weeks in the game, like every chapter, they are also similarly structured. So on weekdays, Leo get to choose in their diary what to do. So they can choose to meet with friends and also the people that might become their lover or dates. And that's what you do in the weeks. And when you've chosen a scene in the diary, you get to play it, and then you can choose also in the scene what happens and especially what you say to people. So you have dialogues where you choose how to respond to them, and that might lead to different outcomes. In the end of each week, there is some kind of bigger event going on. So this is a picture from like a occult shop that has a part in the game, where there is an occult themed festival where you can do tarot readings and stuff. But it could also be a party or something else like that. And that is because it's good to have some event where many people, many characters from the game can meet at once, because it's good for the storytelling. And then each weekend you can have one date with 1 out of 3 characters, and they are Naomi, Mo, and Vicky. And you can also like have play dates with them, so you have sex with them if you want to. You can also steer the scene in other directions. Then on Sunday, each Sunday, Dagger invites you to her room, and she does a ritual with you. And she asks about, like, because she's given you a task in the last ritual, and now she wants you to tell her how you like made what you did. Did you succeed with what she asked you to do? And then she will give you a new one. And depending on how the player plays the game and what they do, how they respond to conversations and stuff like that, they can have different moods. So maybe, I don't know if you can see it, but the player can see what mood Leo has right now, but that will also affect the ending of the game. And this is related to like the dependence and independence scale is related to Dagger, how Leo responds to her. And the empathy and indifference scales are related to how Leo responds to other characters. So depending on how Leo responds to different people in the game, they will shift their mood, and it will also make the ending of the game different. But this also tells you that the structure of the game is very it's always the same in a way, because those weeks are there. You can choose different scenes and you can choose different characters to meet, but you will always end up in Dagger's room in the end of the week, and you will always end up with a scene where Leo wakes up and doesn't remember what happened to them. So that is, you can't change that. It's something that's in the design of the game. And the people you can date in the game, I was thinking, how were they chosen? And I'm not really, sometimes the creative process isn't that conscious. So I'm not really sure why exactly those are the dateable characters, but I wanted them to be kind of different from each other. I wanted them specifically to represent different sexual practices. So I wanted Naomi to be a top and Leo to be a bottom when they were together. I wanted Leo to be a switch with Mo and Mo to be a switch with Leo. And I wanted Leo to be a top when they were with Vicky. And then somehow those characters characters grew and became like also people, because being just a top or some trait isn't a character, but it was part of how I chose the characters. But they are also like Naomi is a cis woman, Mo is a non-binary character, and Vicky is a trans woman. So they're also different in that respect. But something we understood when we had released the game and people started playing was that sometimes players can object to being forced into relationships. And I will tell a little more about what I mean by this. Because it was some people that reacted negatively to Knife Sisters. They did so because they wanted to do things in the game that they weren't able to do. And one thing that we noticed was that some people really didn't respond so well to Dagger. And I told you that you can't really choose if you see her every Sunday. You have to do that. And that was something that some players really didn't like. And I will show you what someone wrote. And this is from a very lengthy review that is on Steam. And it goes very deeply into what this person thought about the game. And I actually, when I read reviews and they're negative, I often try to, like, in a way, I try to dismiss it as something that's irrelevant, because it can be really hard to take in what someone says about your game, especially when you put a lot of like effort and really wanted it to be something good, and then someone doesn't like it. It can be really hard to take in. So I don't go there very often to read reviews, but sometimes I do. And when I read this review that was so in-depth but really negative, I still felt there was something in it that I needed to think about, because there was something that maybe I hadn't thought so much about when I designed the game. And this person writes this: first and foremost, all dating sims have one thing in common: making you feel like you have a choice. This generally makes or breaks a dating sim, and in this case, it breaks it. These games make you feel like the relationships you pick are the ones you decided on, but this is not the case at all. I will tell you the obvious now. Dagger is your girlfriend. These other characters, we don't know them. And they also go into how it feels to have to go back to Dagger's room when you don't want to. So they talk about trying to like get away from that situation, trying to not have to do what Dagger says. But that's not possible. And they continue. Anyway, in all seriousness, I hate Dagger. I didn't want to be with her at all, yet the story doesn't progress until she is acknowledged. If you do decide to betray her, she just meets you with a, no worries, I had a backup conveniently here anyway. And after a while, it just gets redundant. Suddenly, I'm not playing the game anymore. The game is playing me. Yeah. And reading something like that, it doesn't feel very good, because of course you don't want players to feel like they have no choice and just being like put in a situation that they don't like. On the other hand, the game is about dependence. The game is about meeting someone that you don't, that you're attracted to, and that you can't really get away from. That was part of the theme for the game. And I think it's pretty obvious when you read like the Steam page and the description that the game will be about like dependence and the power differences and stuff like that. So, but of course, if you really hate that situation and you feel really bad in it, then maybe if that's not what you would like to explore, then the game maybe isn't for you, because it's not a regular dating sim where you like feel good all the time, or where you try to feel find the relationship that makes you feel good only, but you're looking to like balance the other relationships in your life with this sort of dysfunctional relationship that you have with Dagger. But you can't take her out of the game. It's not possible. But there are other views of Knife Sisters, fortunately, and we got some good reviews, and also we went on to win the Long Feature Award at Maze, and that's very good to be reminded of when you read a review that's really, really negative. And Kate Gray wrote a Kotaku article about the game, and she asked some questions in that article that I also find very, very interesting. And she writes like this: can a character be their own person? It's intriguing. The idea that the player and the player character could be two separate identities with two separate senses of agency and decision making. Often they are one and the same. The player tells the player character to do something or say something, and they will. But in many narrative games, sometimes the player character has a personality already, and they know what they do and don't like. And Leo decides how they feel about the world, but you, the player, decide how they interact with it. Yes, Leo is scared, that much is clear, but whether or not they do something despite their fear is up to you. So she's discussing like that Leo has also already a fixed personality in a way, but the player can choose what they do with their disposition. But that means that the player actually has to accept this. The player has to accept that Leo is this way, and if they can't accept Leo as they are, then it will be hard to play the game, and that's fine. Another thing that happened that a player reacted strongly to was that they weren't able to date all the characters in the game, and especially a certain character, namely Leo's closest friend, Ayana. And here she is together with another character called Will. And this person wrote a message, and it was actually a really angry message. They wrote, "You know what? The Knife Sisters game should be reported, because it's the worst game I've ever played. I thought there would be a possibility for Leo to have a romance with Ayana, not the two beep, Vicky and Mo, so I'll never play that game again." And I got that message, and I was a bit like, okay, what do I respond to this? And first I thought I wouldn't respond to it, but then something still made me decide to respond to it, so I did. And I wrote, "Hi, I understand your disappointment, but unfortunately there isn't an option to romance Ayana in the game. Sorry." And then the person wrote back. And it's kind of lengthy, but they said, "Don't think now I didn't like the game. I wasn't completely sincere before. I actually liked it. I played the game once, got to the end, got shivers down my spine and tears in my eyes, so I quit. Then I regretted it, because I actually liked the game more than I thought. So thank you for one of the best games I played in a long time. The only thing I didn't like was that Ayana wasn't one of the characters Leo could romance. I'm just wondering why you didn't choose Ayana as one of the persons Leo could have a romance with. And sorry for what I said about the other characters, Mo and Vicky. I didn't mean it in a bad way. And by the way, yes, I quit the game. But then I wanted to play again, so you shouldn't think you did a bad job. It's just that after the first playthrough, when Leo got together with Mo, I felt so bad because of how Ayana reacted. That's when I hoped that Ayana was one of the people Leo could get together with. So this angry reaction that the person had sent to me was because they had a guilty conscience for what Leo had done, or what they had done as Leo in the game. So they wanted to be able to play Ayana, or date Ayana, to be able to make up this to her. And I found it really interesting that it could be such a strong response and so agitated. I wrote back again, and I said, I understand how you feel, that it could have been nice to get to be with Ayana as well. It's hard to say why I chose it to be that way, but I think it's got to do with that Leo and Ayana were so good friends, that Ayana was such an important figure in Leo's life, that Leo wouldn't want to risk losing her by having a romance with her, if you understand what I mean. And I'm happy you liked it anyway. And then they continue by saying that this was that they really liked and hoped there will be more games like this, but please give us more options. And yes, it's so rare that such a good game comes out, and maybe that's why I was a little, well, I'm sorry for what I said. All I want is that you keep making games like this. And it's kind of a, I just feel very happy that I wrote back to the person, because otherwise I would never have known that this was the reason that they wrote this really, really angry message from the beginning. But it also tells me something about what happens when people have relationships in games. Namely that fictional relationships feel real and should be treated as such, with care. So everything that happens in the game that the player does to other people in the game will make them feel a lot of things. And in Knife Sisters, you can actually betray your friends and such things, and of course you will feel bad. So that's something to consider when you design a game, that the fictional relationships feel as real as real relationships, and we need to consider that when we write the game. And I have some more examples about this from when I've played games myself. And one example is from a game called Amnesia Memories, that is made by ID Factory and Automata, in which you play a young girl who wakes up, and she, just as Leo, doesn't have any memories, but she doesn't remember anything from her previous life. She's been in some kind of accident, and now she just has to start living without knowing what happened to her before. And in the game there are 4 parallel worlds that you can go into, and in each of the worlds it's the same. You come into the world and you have already some relationships with some guys that says they are your boyfriend, and there are 4 different ones. And you have to explore if they really were your boyfriend, because it's not certain that it's actually true. So that's what you do in the game, and you go on dates and try to find out what those relationships were and are to you. And one relationship you can have is with Icky. He's a really popular guy, and it's a bit hard to know how much you can trust him. But you go on dates with him, and during the game you still develop a relationship to him. But as in many visual novels in this game, you can have bad and good endings, and the good ending is that the relationship works out, and you fall in love and everything is perfect. And a really bad ending in this game is actually that you die. And the medium ending is maybe that the relationship doesn't really work out. And that happened to me when I played Icky's route. So he broke up with me. And when he did so, I actually felt really sad, even though I didn't really like him. It was just that I wanted it to succeed. I wanted the relationship to succeed. So it made me feel bad that it didn't. Another person you can date in Amnesia Memories is Toma. And this guy is a little more strange than Icky, and your childhood friend with him. But he's very, very protective to an extent that goes far beyond what's like suitable. So in the game, he actually because of his jealousy and protectiveness, he puts the main character in the game in a cage, so that no one else, just to know where she is. And that is a bit, a strange feeling. But of course, at least I really didn't like this character, because who does? Who likes someone who puts you in a cage? But still, in the good ending of the game, we were together, and everything he had done was okay for me because he did it out of love. And here's where I really wanted to be able to do things in the game that I couldn't. I wanted to tell him to that I wanted to break up with him, because I didn't want to be with someone who could do something like that to me. But I didn't get the chance to object to it. Instead, it was just, okay, you loved me so much, so it was okay that you put me in a cage. And those two different routes in the same game, they differ a lot. Both made me feel bad, but one was because it didn't go as I wanted, but I knew that I could replay the game and get a better ending in best case. But with Toma, I think actually it would have been much better if the game would be designed so that I could decide if I wanted to be with him after what he had done to me. So I think that sometimes it's okay that things happen to you in the game that you don't want. But sometimes it's not okay. And it's important to think about when you design the game, if it's one of those cases where it's okay not to have your way in the game, and one of those cases where you should be able to do something about your situation. But that reflects back on the whole thing with the dagger, because the players that objected to her felt the same about her as I feel about Toma. And this leads to another thing that I find important with the relationship-focused games, and that is that we should be mindful of how we utilize characters and relationships in games. We should think about why they are there, what do they want to say to the player, and how do we want the players to feel when playing. But there are some, I will take some examples of, because when we design games with relationships, especially as indie developers, we might not have that much, we could make a game with 25 characters, and you could have anything you want, but it's probably not possible, because every route in a relationship-based game will take a lot of effort and to develop. So probably in a smaller studio, you won't have the possibility to make infinite content. You have to decide on which characters and relationships to have in the game. And I just want to give some different ways of thinking about this. And I've seen some different ways to do it. And sometimes characters are there not only to represent functions or symbols, but sometimes they actually are there because they have some kind of function in the game. And I said before that the characters in Knife Sisters were a bit like that. I wanted the player to be able to explore different sexual practices. I wanted the player to explore being top, switch, and bottom. So I had characters that could be those different, could encompass that. Of course, that's not everything they are, but it's still something that's important in the game. Another game that also might have this is Hades. In this article by Noelle Corbett, she talks about the 3 characters that you can romance in Hades being representing a different philosophical conception of love. And there are 3 different. So the character Megara could be a representation of the philosophical mode of Eros, which is more like the passionate kind of love. And then Thanatos could be, oh, I forgot the name. Philia. That's not Thanatos, but Dusa, which is more like the, you can say brotherly love or more platonic love maybe. Love that is not so much centered around sex, but maybe more around like feelings of being close to each other. And then there is Agape, which is the last one. And that could be represented by the relationship with Thanatos. When I played Hades, I really liked that you could have those relationships and that you could romance different characters. One thing I reacted a bit to was that when Dusa, because Dusa, who is a Gorgon head, when she says that she doesn't really feel the same way back as Zagreus, the main character in the game, does. He took it very well and he respected her feelings. But for me, it would actually have been a little better if he would have reacted emotionally to it, because I was like, oh, but doesn't he feel sad now when Dusa doesn't feel the same way as he does? But maybe that's just me, because I'm very emotionally focused. But I think when we use relationships in games, we sometimes do it in connection with gameplay, like other stats and values that might affect those relationships that we put in the game. And I think we should be especially mindful when we do that, when we connect relationships in games to other gameplay features. And that is also in Hades. It is connected to other gameplay features, because in Hades you can have those relationships and you can work on them by doing different things. And if you do it well enough, you will get something that makes you better in the combat parts of the games. So you will really want to have that, because you always want to be better in the combat. So in a way, the game makes you go into all those relationships, because maybe if you're a completionist, you would really want to do everything you can do in the game. And in a way, I object a little to it, because I would like to explore the relationships freely in the game, based on what I like. On the other hand, I think it's really good, because by doing so, they have actually made a lot of people play Hades that way, and they have thus introduced a pansexual and polyamorous main character in a more mainstream game, which I think is fantastic. So it's also answers the question, could it be meaningful to exhort players into relationships they might not otherwise have chosen for themselves? yeah, because maybe it's something you want the players to do. And often in games where you date people, the characters are kind of differing from each other, and sometimes it is like they have different genders, so you can date people of different genders. And one example is Boyfriend Dungeon, where you can date your weapons in human form, and some are male and some are female and some are non-binary, so you can choose a bit what you prefer. And that is kind of common in queer games. In games where all the characters you date are one gender, then maybe the personalities that they are differing a lot in personality will be more important. But it's also something to think about. What kinds of relationship can you have with the characters? I was talking about with the Amnesia Memories that I actually wanted to be able to break up with Toma because I didn't like what he had done to me. And players like different things. And when we did the user testing for the game we're working on now, Truer Than You, we got this feedback from a tester. And they wrote, "Maybe I'm the only person who has a problem with the word dating, so I'm working on getting more comfortable with it. But I also have some triggers around Rin, the main character's thoughts about Sylvester, the dateable character. When Rin think, well, I guess I can think of him as a friend if he already has a girlfriend. But I don't know how you plan to work with that, if that relationship would circle further around the infidelity thing, or, for example, end up in some kind of relational non-binary, where love and friendship would be the binaries. I would prefer the latter, but I'm biased because I'm a bit starved for such stories." So here is a player who says that they're actually not looking for that like clear-cut boundaries between friendship and love. They would like to explore relationships that can be a little bit of both in between, or like be a little more fluid. And I thought about that, and I hope that we can like encompass this in the game, but it's kind of hard. But you always base game designs on your own preferences and what you like. And I'm probably a romantic because I still like wanted, because in the new game we're working on, I wanted to make a love story. I wanted the characters to feel love. But I also think it's important to think about the players that might not really look for that. People are looking for different things when they play. So that leads back to the like starting questions. Should players get a wide variety of romanceable characters to choose from and be able to shift the relationships according to their preferences? Or could it be meaningful to exhort players into having relationships they wouldn't choose for themselves to convey a specific story? And those questions, in a way, I've already answered, but in different ways, because it depends completely upon what story you would like to tell. Because if you want to tell like a love story, then maybe it's very important that the player actually can feel those emotions towards the character that are in the game. So catering to players' wants and needs is one way of addressing relationships in games, but it's not the only one. But I do think that players try to satisfy their needs when they play. And getting many options when you get to romance characters will make this easier. But since, I mean, you choose a game from the beginning because of what you think will be in it. So every game doesn't have to cater to every player's needs. It just has to, like, the players you want to play your game or you think will play your game, you want them to be able to find something they like in the game, of course. but it all depends on if the game is out to be like the love story game, or if it has another story to tell. Because all games doesn't have to feel good playing. It can be okay to make players uncomfortable, but then you have to like be mindful that it might make them feel bad. And then it's very important to communicate what to expect. But also, of course, to accept that players might or will react negatively, because you have already like led them into a space where you want to explore like feelings that might not feel good, like negative feelings. And of course, some players will react strongly to that. And there it's very important to work with information and content warnings to like set the right expectations, but also, of course, to do user testing to see if things come up already there. When we tested Knife Sisters, no one said those things about Dagger, so probably we had user testers that accepted the premise of the game and didn't react negatively to it. So you can't find everything in the user testing, but you can find some things there. So what we've learned from Knife Sisters, we try to like take this in the new game, Truer Than You, and this is part of the Hand-Eye Society showcase. It's still kind of early stages, so we have a demo that you can try. You can download it from itch.io, and we'd love to hear your feedback about it. So what we learned from Knife Sisters was that people can react strongly to not being able to affect the story. And we have tried to like learn a bit from that. So in this game, you have a few characters that you can become closer with. One of them is Sylvester here. And the other two are Ariel and Indira. And instead of having like the fixed, like we did with Knife Sister, we had the like that you came back to the starting point again. In this game, it branches out a little more, and we have not, because in Knife Sisters, it was like the main story was the story with Dagger. The main story was what she asked you to do and how you responded to that. And the dateable characters, they were like side characters in a way. They weren't the main thing. And if you then didn't like Dagger, then the main story wasn't that important to you. So in this game, we try not to make the characters you can be close with, they will also be in the main story. So we won't have like a separate main story. Instead, we try to let the player in a way choose the path a little more for themselves this time. And I think the feedback we got on Knife Sisters has been really helpful in that, even though it was hard to learn about negative responses. So yeah, the love story or the friendship story or whatever it will become with the characters, it's more of the main story, and we haven't put in anything else to like shift the player's focus from that. But then in the end, what do strong emotional reactions actually mean when you get them? Yeah, it's when someone engages strongly emotionally, it still means that they cared about the game. They cared a lot. The player that was really angry, they told me that they were angry because they couldn't do the good things to the character they thought they had hurt. They wanted to make up to them. And I got to find out that that was the problem for them. And games that trigger a lot of emotions, it can be very hard to like, I mean, at Steam you can put recommended or not recommended. You can interact or engage very deeply with the game and still give it a not recommended review because you were left with some negative feelings. But to have negative feelings is also valid, and you learn a lot from it. And we learned a lot from the negative responses to the game as well. So I think it's good to remind yourself that negative emotions are also something we learn a lot from, and everything doesn't have to feel good. And I want to end with that. So if you have questions and thoughts, I would love to hear them. So you can like reach me on these medias, and I will try to look in the chat a little and see if you wrote something there. And I want to thank you so much for listening to this talk, and hope you have a wonderful festival. So thank you so much. So I'm looking in the chat now and see if there is some questions. Thank you for your kind words. This is like my favorite topic, so I just think it's so like interesting to see how we can have relationships with fictional characters. It's something amazing with the people, that they can like be so empathetic to get feelings for people that are fictional. Thank you all. Oh, my favorite part of making Knife Sisters. I always love the start of a project when you like think about what will happen and what characters. So that was my favorite part, like the initial stages. And then it's kind of a grind to get it all done in the end. Oh, now there was more question. Yeah, I think there was a question about scope, if this game has unique challenges about figuring out scope. Yes, I think so, because it's easy to go wrong with relationship-focused games, I think. So it's to have a too large a scope can be a bit... yeah, I think it's good to start very small with those kinds of games and not think that you should have like many characters. Yeah, but I think we're done now, so bye-bye. I hope to see you again.
You made it! It's me, Nina. Welcome to Mammoth Forest. Your job is pretty simple. We just need a close-up of this girl near its stash. I'm sure you can follow him easily enough. Looks like he goes a little further. Can you follow him all the way? Hey, you know how our study seems to be so well-funded? It's weird, right? I hope it's not weird in a bad way. What the? Is that what I think it is? Why would this girl stash dynamite and matches? What the ever-loving hell is going on?
Pues vaya. Mano. Mario.
This life was explained to me through the story of Nanuruluk, the colossal bear. No paws, teeth, nor others' patience measured to its own. It walked the earth for many seasons, growing until the land was too small for its comfort.
Hey everyone, it's Jordan Sparks here once again. And today we're gonna talk about some more cool stuff live. And a lot of people think in these strange times that we should be thinking about the apocalypse. I disagree. I don't think we should be thinking about the apocalypse. I think we should be talking about the indie-apocalypse. That's the real threat. Here to talk about that is Andrew Bailey, and he's going to tell us all about it. Take it away, Andrew.
Thanks so much, Jordan. So yes, I am Andrew Bailey. I created 3 years ago indie-apocalypse, and now So the common question I think that comes up is sort of like, what is indie-apocalypse? It's a term that's been around for forever and a day. And it described the idea of there being too many indie games at the same time, which seems kind of to be an impractical notion because it's the very idea that that's what is going that there can be too much art at once. And 1 second, I am getting myself from somewhere and it's freaking me out. I don't know where it's coming from. Okay, it's gone. It's gone. So the idea of there being too many indie games is just the idea that there are people have like a mental budget for indie games, much in the same way they have any kind of like, I can only play so many of this. But really, since the existence of art in general, before games even came around, there's always been too much art for a person to experience within their lifetime. So that's there I am. Found it. So hearing yourself is one thing, but like on a delay, it freaks you out. But so the idea of the indie-apocalypse. So I based on this idea of how could there be too much art, and really the problem isn't there really could be, because there never could be, because there always will be. And there was before any of us were born, and there will be too much art long after we're all gone. So my focus is more like, well, how can I kind of create out a different niche for games? Create a different little world for games within the space that I'm interested in. So, indie-apocalypse, the long-standing magazine, I guess, or bundle or anthology or zine, or I call it roughly 8 million different things depending on who I'm talking to, I suppose. It's the idea is that it's 10 games every month, and I pay developers, I commission a new game, I commission a cover artist, and all this is the idea of to like try and build out small press, this idea of small press in games. If you are in the Toronto area and are familiar with, Canzine or the Toronto Comics and Arts Festival, they're like nice shining examples of what small press is. And it is a lot of things. It is kind of like an alternative space for artists. It's kind of like a place where you can create a smaller work, or like a more alternative work, a work that's not necessarily commercially viable, and get a little something for it, whether that's attention or, should be honest, it's just even a little bit of money, because a little bit of money is a nice thing to have, and it can go a very, very long way. So basically, because the prospect, if you imagine, the prospect of you've got a game idea, you've got a team, you've got an idea, you've got a name, you've got your characters, you've got everything you need to make a game. You work on it, you put in your years, be they 2, 5, 7 years, and it comes out, and your friends support it. They promote it the best they can. A couple of them, maybe they even buy it, but kind of nothing happens. You enjoy your any maybe kind of publisher money you got, so it's not a full waste, but like it comes out to nothing. And that happens more often than not. And even when to get that far in the first place, you need to have a certain kind of, I suppose, what you call market viability, perhaps, for people to give you a lot of money in the first place. And I think what I wanted to move to, what I wanted to encourage people to do, is to just work a little smaller. To like, what if instead you made a game within a week or a month or a weekend, and instead of having to make tens of hundreds of thousands of dollars from that game, what if you just made like a couple hundred? But it's fine because you had spent a little bit of time on it. And that's kind of what I'm looking to kind of help promote and encourage people to do. And I'm just going to like, I don't have slides because I tried. I opened presentation. I honestly did, but they're very boring. So I'm just going to cycle through some clips I like from games that have been featured in Indiepocalypse over the years. But and this is not a strictly, I would say, me talking toward you talk. I am more than happy to field any questions or that sort of thing, because I think it helps. And I think people will be like, what do you mean by small press? What do you mean by etc.? And what do you mean by $20? I can buy a pizza for that, or a fancy pizza. But anyway, the idea, this fundamental idea of people should be able to make whatever they want. And unfortunately, people also need to have money currently. So I'm trying to like, how can we sort of reconcile these two opposing ideas, these this push to make, because it's hard to, not everybody wants to make a game that is within the kind of more accepted commercial idea of what a game is. Games can be sort of anything. They're these sort of like any piece of art. They're like broad expressions of our lived existence that we're trying to convey to somebody else to the best that we can. And that is often in opposition with the market. You know, just in something like something as dominant as Steam alone, it becomes like a difficulty. And like, well, what if you make a transcendental experience that connects with people but it's also under an hour, you know, and people can be like, this changed my life. Also, it was under an hour, so I refunded it. It's like there's a very strange value proposition that exists within games, and I think that you can't really get rid of that without just pretending it doesn't exist for long enough until you get enough people who also be like, yes, I will pay $5 for a 10 to 20 minute game and be happy with my time spent there and be happy with my life in the same way I would any sort of like sandwich I bought, or any sort of like a mini comic or an album that is like short, but you can go back to it. You can, like, it's not such a deep time investment. And I think different kind of small press collections, different kind of anthologies are sort of like an important first step like towards this thing. There are so many of them at this point that it's very easy for me to miss them. There is, like, you know, related to this event itself, there is two Hand-Eye Society mixtapes, which are, you know, they're exactly what they should be. They're small collections of artists getting paid for their work and presented in a way that people can, like, hey, I am getting like an attention for sort of smaller alternative outsider work in art, and I am the collective I, that is, I am putting a focus on this thing, Volume 3 just released. Perfect. I knew there was a 2, and I knew there was a call for submissions for 3. Okay, submissions for 4 and 5. People are ahead of me. Yes. So, like, if you are a game developer and this is mostly for, I think, game developers. This is very like, I'm looking at the right now, and until the end of October is the Shortbox Comics Fair, which Shortbox being I think a UK based independent comics publisher, and it's just a website and a bunch of new works, and they're selling them like you would at a zine fair, like you would at any kind of indie comic show. It's like, I made a 12-page book for this fair, and we released them all together because, like, you need to, like, support the craft together. It is like itch.io is kind of like a haven of developers trading the same $6 back and forth. But if there are more opportunities to make money within that, maybe oh my God, look at this. See, okay, so this is a perfect example of the sort of, I was going to say that in an unrelated thing, but this is a perfect example of this. Yes, so in the game I have on stream right now, which is Quantum Bummer Blues, in the most recent Indiepocalypse, also coincidentally in the most recent Hand-Eye Society mixtape, and that is, I think that's part of, creating all these different opportunities for artists, because, like, between the two of us, we, the developer of this game probably got maybe like $100 something, not like a lot of money. Opportunities, they are like, also, I imagine the game did not take 7 years to make, and like endless hours and funding a team and all this stuff. So, like, it's about creating small opportunities, and he's very like to like get a little more like business-y for a moment. You need like a lot of these like low risk, kind of like not low effort, but low investment, not emotional investment, but like time, resource investment kind of opportunities for game developers. Things beyond the scope of like indie game right now. I personally keep flirting around with different ideas for game. Like indie is just not viable as a term because it doesn't mean it doesn't describe bedroom dev stuff unless you were in your bedroom for 8 to 10 years. It describes large scale projects. It describes publisher stuff. It is like, there's that article where someone from Finji was saying we can't make an indie game for under $4 million, and I've been paying people $150 US for like the past 1 year, almost 2 years, and I'll tell you, those games are good. they will long. I think plenty of them could easily like long outlast games that have $4 million budgets. Like the crushing truth about art is that the money you put into it doesn't determine the quality of it or its longevity or how it connects with other human beings. It's just money, money doesn't make good art. And it's kind of like this idea that, things must be within the proper venue, within the proper showcase. You have to be part of Game Pass, or you need to be on the PlayStation Indie showcase, or all these kinds of like, it's just people throwing up walls and gates at every kind of avenue you can find. And that will always lock out people who are like, who are lacking, who don't have the right amount of money, who don't have the right amount of connections, who don't know the right people. You don't just email like Game Pass at Microsoft.com and say, please put me on Game Pass. There were like doors that get opened for you along the way. There are people you meet, and like, how does everyone meet those people? How does everyone? I live in the US and I don't want to go to GDC. That's expensive. It's ridiculous. but like this idea of like but like indie games are still like, so if you compare, I should say indie games in terms of compared to other sort of like what I associate with indie art is so new that of course like it's still like very corporate driven at the time. Yeah, it is like yeah, like I to talk about my own thing for but a moment. I pay people like the developer on average from being an issue at Indie Apocalypse, I would say makes $40 to $60, which is for a startling number of developers. I've been told, oh, that's the most money I've ever made off of games, which is, it is not a livable income. It's like, I don't know, if you're frugal and you can live cheaply, maybe that's a month worth of groceries, but that's not like, it's not a lot. But if there are more open, and that's why, like, I mean, there are a lot of, there's like, there's like, there's like the locally sourced bundle. There's Cartomancy. There's the Haunted PS1 collections. There's Dread X. There's Weird and Wild and I forget I think they changed the name a couple times too, so that's why I am forgetting it. There's like the mixed not the whatever, what do you call it, super rare mixtapes rather. There's roughly 1 million. There's like, or there's like, I guess not 1 million, but there are a lot more than when I started 3 years ago. They exist now, I suppose. Yes, the other mixtape, but there's like, but also of a lot of these ones that I mentioned, how many of them have open submissions? Like, I mean, Haunted PS1 is also very strictly non-monetized, and horror is in vogue right now. So it's like, it's one of the few situations I think where kind of exposure can lead to something, but there's also, I mean, you can presume the idea of the Haunted PS1 to Dread X pipeline that almost certainly exists, if quite unofficially, I assume. But there's like a clear thing there. But like, I'm sure if I was more in, like, for instance, literature online communities, I could not go online for a day without tripping over like open submissions for lit magazines. When I did a punk flea market fairly recently, I was talking to someone who was running a literature small press called Sword and Kettle Press, and they were talking about they had recognized Indie Apocalypse, and it's because it turns out that a fiction writer they had featured was also had made like a Bitsy game for Indie Apocalypse, and so like, I'm like, that is the perfect situation that it should work, where it's like, yes, you should there should be an avenue where you make a lot of short things, you submit them to a lot of different places, you get a lot of different kind of little bits of like hits here and there, and like, an ideal world for a game developer is you should be able to submit, if you don't want to make your forever long thing, is that you can submit like a good 5 or 6 things to different anthologies and sorts of collections over the course of a year. And at the end of a year, you have what is the video game equivalent of like a short story collection. And that's another thing I think is like more developers should definitely look into, is this idea of the short story collection of like putting games together, bundling their own games together in single like executables. And it is like this idea of, listen, I'm a weird art freak as much as the next guy, but sometimes someone has to walk into the weird art freak room and say, you still have to pay money for food and housing. So and it's like, I'm like, well, okay, how can people make money without also like being kind of the best like weird little art freaks they can be, you know. And it's like it's a tricky balance, I think, because consumerism kind of consumes art, and like people are going to want the value, especially whereas like games are so immensely value driven. But the secret is to all of this is that you can just do it. That's because when I was talking to the editor of Sorting Kettle Press, they just said, oh, I started this thing because I realized there was no reason why I couldn't. And like that's why I started Indiepocalypse. I mean, like there is no reason why I couldn't start it. And like I have like the security to put out like not a lot of money. Like I would say my average budget is probably like between games and commissioned art it averages around like 500 US, which is like in the game publishing world, people lose $500 on the couch, but it also like the difference, the gulf between $0 and $60 is massive, in terms of just like not only like having money where there was not money before, but having like someone saying, hey, yeah, this work is worth money, because money does not define the value of a work, but it does feel nice to have. So that is kind of like what I'm trying to like sort of figure out to the best of my ability. And this is like and speaking of like short stories, when I was kind of, as I went down a tangent while I was setting up this little GIF, is that like, so this is what I use every month, and this is just something called MM Bundle Launcher. And it's like it's just a simple thing made in Godot, and I don't program. I mean, I don't program very well at all, and I certainly don't use Godot. And like, but this is very easy to use. I tell students all the time when I come across a student after I'm like, hey, what if you just made freak art and like didn't worry about making a marketable game? I say, hey, if you have a portfolio, something like this is great for creating gaming portfolios. It's great for creating, like, for instance, a short game collection, because it's a very easy tool to use. All it is you are giving it images and plugging in executable, and you're pointing to an executable or a PDF or an HTML file or anything really. And like, that's it. And then you have a thing like, and speaking of like pointing to HTML files, as I talk about all of this, something that's kind of, especially when you talk about the idea of how the market, as it will, the capital M market, limits what gets created, what gets shown, like just by the nature of like engine portability, you're really kind of like defines what kind of games end up getting shown, because a lot of like engines, like they just don't port to consoles easily. How do you, or they don't go to Steam easily. How do you put sort of like a Bitsy, on Steam? Can I play my Bitsy games on my Nintendo Switch? Maybe there is one that I don't know about, but like this idea generally of these like accessible tools, like I think why game development is heading towards, like, especially like independent, this kind of like alternative, outsider, bedroom, whatever you want to call that, like that zine level, truly small press level of indie games. I think it's coming into like a head in these next like coming years, because it's the tools are becoming so sort of like democratized, and like it's becoming easier to make a game on a potato than it ever was before. So more, and like as you cut down like the technical barriers and the financial barriers of like what it takes to make a game, then you increase like the number of people who can make games. And currently, like, and this is like kind of like throughout most games culture, like from press to developers to festivals to events, like there's like not that many small press, like truly kind of like, there are a lot of events for and like focus for like independent games, but they're independent in a way that still feels very familiar. Still feels very much like a capital VG video game. You know, there are goals. You've got a guy, and he's gonna beat up another guy at some point, and a bunch of other guys, and then I think you win, I guess. There are a lot of games. There's still a lot of focus on games that you can win, you know? And I was talking to someone about the Small Press Expo, and like, I'm like, how envious I thought for a moment, like, as you know, as early in the year, I balked at the idea of the GDC, and was like, oh, but then the week of, I was furiously typing like, can I get a hotel to go to SPX? SPX being a Small Press Expo, like a long-standing indie comic show. And I'm like realizing that there aren't many, but that's also SPX has been running since '96, and I don't think I personally had a computer that could make games in '96, if I had a computer at all. And it's just kind of like it was a refresher in kind of how young the medium is, and how kind of like inaccessible it was for a long time. How you couldn't just draw your game and use the Office printer to make your video game, you know. It's like you can't make it with like your rundown third, you know, hand me down guitar and a tape deck. You know, it's like even popular engines now, like, you know, Unreal and Unity, and those things can be expensive and taxing if you do not have a good computer. And like, there's nothing stopping people from making good games. There's increasingly more collectives out there of people making just like cool games, for lack of a better word. There was like, you know, a couple days ago, there was like a new Domino Club collection, like jam, whatever the Domino Club calls their collection of games that they put out. their released jam games came out, and that is like, none of those games are commercially viable. You can't pitch those things to Devolver, you know. You can't like you can't make, but doesn't mean they're not good. And I think that's like trying to find that sort of balance between $0 for a game that is just like it, you know, a itch.io game versus like what feels like nigh infinite money for, you know, a published game, a game that has, you know, backing, people who will pay for it, because there's a sense that you will get a return for it. There, like you will get, presumably, some investor somewhere will get their money back, and then there's like, needs to be perhaps a more avenues for people who will not, where there's not such a focus on like maybe somebody getting money in return for a game, or like there needs to be a way to release small games more frequently, and not within like a familiar framework that of like listen, I like Fun Cake and Sock Pop as much as the next person, but they're video games still. Like there's still very much video games in like a very familiar, very understandable way. And it's listen, no medium has a good for exposing the depth of art, within like the narrow field of like some like high art stuff where people pay a lot of money for your installation or your painting or something. Like independent art is far from a heavy revenue source, but there's I think it's important to build like the inroads that the games are sort of lacking still. They don't have the same kind of like, I think a lot about how Bandcamp has their amount of money paid to artists this year, this month sort of thing. And I wonder, what would that look like on itch? Would it be very bleak in comparison? And I mean, hopefully not, but I don't know. Like there's no sense of this sort of thing. And I think there's a lot of room. And I think there are people I feel in the culture. People are very hungry for like something, things things that feel like a human touched them. Because it's so often in making, it can be easy to like the humanity to be sanded away from something in the process of making it more broadly appealing. I think a lot about the Melisantani's blog on the idea of alive games versus dead games. And I'm not going to recite that here because it's a long blog post, and I recommend that you go search it out. I think if you type the words that I just said out loud, you'll find it no problem. But there's this idea of, and it's kind of the joy I get in curating these games every month. It's like, I feel like I am understanding a person a little bit more. Feel like I am kind of like this experience could not just come from anybody. This is not it doesn't feel like a calculated appraisal of current video game trends. It feels like the extension of like a person's idea. It feels like something they were thinking about a lot. It feels like something needed to like there's like a oh god, what's his name? Will Car Seat Headrest. I forget his last name. There's a quote that I like about him where it's like something about the idea is like people make music because they have something inside of them that they need to get out, and it'd be weird and they wouldn't make it if they didn't otherwise. And of course it doesn't apply to everybody, but I think that's where I think there's like a longevity in like art that people connect to. And now I've pivoted to where I always pivot when I talk about indie apocalypse and publishing small games and that sort of thing, where I get very much on the nature of like, wow, isn't art kind of beautiful? And isn't it really like nice how it kind of connects us all together in a real special way. But I think it does. I think that's why it's important. I think it's very easy for someone to not have the time or the resources, or like can't commit themselves to making this sort of art if they are just sort of throwing it into an uncaring ether. If they like, okay, I made my little itch game. I made my kind of like unique slice of myself, but I just put it on itch and nobody played it. I talked about it all the time on Twitter over and over again, and then I got 6 retweets. However, we dive into. Oh, wait a minute! I was gonna put something there. I have to do I was gonna put up another game, but I realized I don't know. The language I can use on this, so I'm gonna do a quick little edit very quickly. I'm gonna do. I don't know if I have to PG this, but I will. But like, wait, how do you? Is there a thing that I can just make a color source? Will that do something? Thank you for joining me as I learned something in OBS that I hadn't done before. Color source. There you are. Can I shrink you? Oh, I can. Okay. So I'm gonna let you use your imagination for this. This is technically part of Superfest, so I feel not as bad about. Oh no! Does the image not move now? Well, that's a bummer. Anyway, maybe I won't show that one because it, for whatever reason, breaks GIFs to have, or breaks this specific GIF. Let's see if I can't fix that. But anyway, you don't need me to just describe what's going on with my OBS. I guess what I was trying to ultimately get towards. Oh, it does work. Perfect. I guess what I was trying to ultimately get towards was there's a lot of like very important art that does not fit into the spectrum of proper video games and like a game that you go put on Game Pass or a game that you show on that'd be part of a showcase and like because it doesn't have a lot of Steam logos and stuff like that. And like the game the girl out of me is a I think it's like it's one of the best. It's easily, I think, one of the best games that came out this year. It's like a phenomenal piece of like game design and also storytelling and all sort of like, yes, it is in the festival. It is a lot of good cross pollination. That's why I was doubting myself. Like, can I put this bad word on stream? But I erred on the side of caution. But like, and even like, it's why I started my own. It's why I made my own showcase because it you could just do that. That was one of those things where I just realized I'm like, no, I can just do this. There's nobody stopping me from splicing a bunch of videos together and putting them and then streaming them to the internet. So like after I got oh yes, okay, yes, I will go back to a more gentle. Get out of here, color source. I will go back to a more gentle image. But like after a rejection from a from a showcase, I was like, well, this is annoying. How, like if like a thing I've been wondering constantly is like, well, if I can't get into indie showcases, then who can? You know, then that like lack of acceptance like extends to, in a way, like all the work within these things. I thought, oops, there's now the color source is gone. It extends to all the work within these collections. And then if they can, and like why couldn't they? Like I recognize that I sell these things, but I also really like these things. So it's this weird balancing act that I run where it's like am I being too much of a salesperson, or do I just really want to tell people that they ought to play these games because I think they're very good? And I think the answer is I think they're very good, and I think you should play them. And then I will accept whatever kind of salesperson vibes come with that. but that was another thing. And like Indiepocalypse in the shortest version was born out of me wanting to make money from the games that I was making, but not wanting to make them like 8 hours long. And so I'm like working my best to like sort of brute force this kind of like acceptance of shorter games into existence, because I'm going to MICE like next week, and I return my hi to Taylor. I'm not reading the Discord because I can't watch 3 chats at once. I'll get too distracted. But no, I'm not attending. I'm visiting MICE, I should say, rather. I am visiting as a eager customer at the Massachusetts Independent Comic Expo. And I'll buy too many books that are $5 to $10 each, and that are like 10 to 20 pages long, and I'll enjoy those. I'll put them in a milk crate that I have sorted, and I will keep them for forever, or like a very long time at least. And there's like, I think there should be a space for games like that, where you like, well, first of all, you go to an event where the games are out, like between myself and any game developer that I'm talking to, like, listen, when you go back to physical events, let's all bring games that are already out. Let's stop bringing games that aren't out. Like the game development is like endless. It's this endless money pile for exposure. I remember like the secret origin that I had forgotten for Indiepocalypse itself was when the last time I had attended Comics X Games, which I think might have been the most recent held physical Comics X Games, that is. And this was even like a long time ago because it was pre Indiepocalypse. But I was tabling, if you can call that space that very bizarre space a table, if to get into very hyper specific and local talk about those weird raised desk things. Anyway, I was weird raised desking next to long-standing webcomic artist Meredith Gran, who has very recently made what I will say is a very good game called Perfect Tides. But she was there for, I think, not the whole show, or like was in and out. And I realized it was because, this was a preview build of a game versus comics you go there to sell. And like, it was this realization that like, oh, you know what? Why do you do this endless preview cycle when you can just make something and put something out? And why not have that? Whoop, they'll get out of there. Why not have that? Why not bring that to a show? Games, like we weirdly feel like games kind of dead games die after a week, if not they don't have 10,000 current Steam players or something. But the secret of art is good art is it kind of lasts forever, and it's like it never kind of loses its value. This weird idea of the depreciation of art. And I guess the point I'm sort of trying to get to is I think people should, if like whenever you feel comfortable, whenever people feel comfortable reopening spaces, whenever people feel comfortable reattending spaces, bring a game that's done. That's part of this whole thing, is like, because if it's all preview games, then like what is like part of a zine fair is that it's a place that you can go to buy a bunch of weird new stuff. And people are going there to buy a bunch of weird new stuff. But if you go to even a local indie game show and people are showing you their game that will come out in 2 to 3 years, people are wishlisting stuff, I suppose. Yeah, like and it's the other thing about like game developers give a lot of stuff away. Game developers bring a lot of merch, they just give it to you all for free. Um that's the thing. I sometimes get very close to slapping people's hands and saying you should sell those buttons. And you should sell those stickers. Look at the comic artists around you. They're doing that. That's the benefit of like Comic Strips Games, which is like a truly unique show, which is why it's like probably like easily my favorite show to go to, because it's like, one, I'm a real lover of indie comics, so I get to be around a bunch of indie comics, but also like it's such a different vibe and it creates such a different atmosphere of like, yeah, like a big room with indie game collections on PCs. Like, yeah, let's like, oh yes, see, look, Mangotronics Employment Collection. I miss a lot of them, and that is one of them I missed. But the point being, I think, is that in order to stock a small press expo for games, you need to have enough small press for games, which means you need to have enough people who are like, you need to have a culture of people who will say, yeah, this 30-minute game, yeah, it's $5. That's it. It's not less than that. I spent time on this. I spent weeks of my life on this thing. I like, and I also need money that I exchange for food and clothes and shelter and all sorts of things. So like, I think it's very easy to get caught in a trap of art for art's sake, but until we also get food for food's sake, maybe art should be worth money, you know. And I think that's like to get to my thesis, the core thesis of this talk. If it has one, which I think it does, I think I'm usually mostly equipped to talk about things, and like I have an idea. I've been doing this for so long that it's kind of very burned into my brain. But the idea is that you need to nothing's stopping you from just going out and making your own bundle, or anthology. I don't like bundle is a word I'm not okay. I guess I'm not a fan of bundles necessarily, because bundles are sort of like these more kind of like devaluing sort of things. Like it's the idea of like, oh, a bundle is a bargain, whereas I think games or like anthologies, these sorts of things, they're like a recognized like, oh no, you're not getting a bargain because you're getting a whole book worth of short stories. This is just like, it's the form. It's a way to sell short stories. It's a way to sell collections of poetry. It's a way to sell short form art. But you can also like just do it on your own, and I think there's a strength perhaps in like better supporting this sort of thing, and finding a way to kind of like say, hey, you know, this thing, these games are worth more than like to be listed among 5 other games in a often unread indie game roundup on some website. You know, it's like there's I gotta recenter that. There's so much space for different games. Whenever people say they oh, nobody makes etc. type of games, you know, oh, I can't believe someone made this sort of like violence is the easiest one, because when people say, oh, no one makes look at this, I'm so relieved that there's non-violent video games every day. There's like itch is drowning in them. Is drowning in a sea of non-violence, you know, like there's so much more to like there's already more to games than whatever you think is lacking in them. And like I think it's just a matter of, as someone who has emailed people for 2.5 years straight, it's not that it's not there, it's that people aren't looking at it. And I think it's kind of like an impossible task to, it's a very easy folly, perhaps an impossible task though, to try and appeal these games to the broader audience, to a press audience, to like this sort of like triple I, little a, whatever you want to call this sort of like what I refer to as like, you know, publisher backed indie, you know, because they're two different spaces in a lot of ways, in the same way that, you know, small like zine making is not big publishers, you know. And there's like, yeah, and I think a lot of this is like, unsurprisingly think about this sort of thing a lot of this is just time and the tools not being there, or not being so like widespread for people to make all these different like varieties of games. So you get it tends towards people who have, you know, can afford a computer and all these sorts of like, you know, a computer that will run Unity or Unreal or any number of other things, and like that like requires you to, you know, make video games, whatever video games are. But and like there's a lot to games. There are sort of a huge broad things about like, why do we need like I'm a real kind of like, well, I can just do this all myself indie guy, because I can do this all of myself, and I'd rather like there's a reason I think that like people associate publishers like Devolver and the like as like why so many people probably shorthand them in their mind as developers. It's because a lot of those developers that get published under them, it's like an unsustainable system. You know, they develop one game, it probably doesn't make the money they can make back, and then they just kind of fizzle out into nowhere. Assuming you have like, that assumes like so many resources already that gets you into the right room with the right people, that allows you to get publishing deals with someone, that you make the right marketable type of game that is like the right length and the and like it can be hard for a very sort of non-traditional indie game developer out there. And I think there's like I think there's a lot of space for it. I think there's a lot of hunger for it. It's why, you know, shows like SPX and TCAF are so long running. You know, they wouldn't be so long running if people didn't go to them, if people didn't like attend them, if they weren't like meaningful shows to people. And I think you can have those shows within games, and I think it's just a matter of supporting the culture to put it there. You know, supporting, being like, okay, I'll pay, like, you know, even if it is like putting money on a free game on itch that you played, and just like, I'll kick in like a couple bucks, you know, just because it was free, you know. Plenty of, you know, it's like in the same way that, you know, plenty of Bandcamp albums are pay what you want, but you're like, well, I'll give them $5 or $10 because I like this thing. It's about building out a broader culture for that sort of thing, because it's like I'm increasingly realizing like, well, I started off being, well, okay, well, the kind of space for games that I want to make doesn't like exist. and also to make money, that is. And so I was like, well, I'll just build it myself. And then I'm like, oh, okay, well, the space for anthologies of these kinds of short games does not exist. Well, how do I build that out now? You know, it is like, okay. And now 3 years in, I'm realizing, well, in order to get to my original 3-year goal that I thought was such an easy pitch to people, you know, it's a bundle of indie games. People love indie. People online love to say they love indie games. But then it's like, oh no, it's a different thing. So now I'm realizing I'm entering my 3rd year and going, oh no, this is small press, which is its own like very specific sort of thing. And there are like a ton of like anthologies, like far more than I named like a good 6 or 7 and probably forgot 2 or 3 others, you know, that like, you know, some that came directly from like the work I've done, some indirectly, some will never admit that they also had a zine. And isn't that weird? Because a zine is a very specific thing that I did so I could show it at physical events. And it's not really a logical conclusion that you would draw to creating an indie game bundle. But I'm just playing around. But as like to deflect a compliment to me, the only reason I keep doing this is because I find like all these games currently deeply inspiring, and it's why I want to do it, because just the idea of like so many of these games just like being flung off into the ether and just like nobody playing them, you know, nobody's like seeing them, and it's like, well, I want to put them in a place that people can play them. I want the people to play these games from all over the world. You know, I've got games from, I think, like 20 countries at this point. And I've got, and like, if you don't count Antarctica, I've got games from every continent. Like there are people all over the world making games about all sorts of experiences. And I think that's like a crucial part of that. And if I can segue into one small thing, now this is a game where I play. Do I remember where I put this image, or do I have to just download it very quickly off my own website? The answer, I think, is going to be I'm just going to download it very quickly off my own Twitter account. But this idea of supporting smaller like scenes, and I think it is super important to support and like promote like so like in addition to me saying just creating I'll say shorthand, this like I this year, after not getting into a showcase, I'm like, well, I'll just make my own showcase. So I made a thing and I called it the Sicko Showcase. It was something I put together in roughly a couple weeks, because you can do that actually, as it turns out. You can just put together a showcase in a few weeks, because it's just collections of videos, and it's like not such an adherence to worrying about whether they have Steam logos or releases or they're new, or like I'm trying to not focus on the idea of games as a market. Something needs to be marketed, and to that extent, to throw one tiny pitch out into the world, I'm hosting like I started another one. I contacted people from all over the world. I've got people from like the Middle East and Argentina and all and like the different states within the US, like showcasing what their local scenes are like. And this is like something I just decided to do. And that's like the takeaway message is like, you can make small art because you just don't have to follow rules. You can just decide to do it. And there's some people in the chat who I think they were very busy with this, so I did not contact them, who I may email very shortly at the beginning of next week about this specific showcase. But they may have been very busy with something called like the Super Festival, so I may not have contacted them. But this idea of like I say it broadly a lot of support your local scene. And I think it's very important to support your local scene. Whether that is like a small collective of game developers, or whether that is people who are actually nearby you. It's like the game industry is extremely top heavy, and it's all dependent on like whether a couple of voices who have all the biggest megaphones pay attention and what they're paying attention to. But if you got enough people with little tiny megaphones, people probably pay attention. But like that's it. That is Indiepocalypse. If you want to join it, if you make games, you should submit your games to Indiepocalypse. I think it's I have it right here. You can indiepocalypse.com/submit. I highly recommend you submit your games here, and I highly recommend if you go out there and you make your own anthology or curated collection, hey, have open submissions, because there's only kind of 2 of them with open submissions right now. And like submit to the Hand-Eye Society mixtape, and then bang on the door of every other one and go, hey, isn't it weird that you don't have open submissions? Why is that? Why do you close these doors? What if you open doors more? Oh yeah, I accept all sorts of stuff. Sometimes I have money issues, and I'm like, let's cut down on some of these other things. But yeah, that's kind of it. That's my whole thing. That is also buy Indiepocalypse if you get a chance. I think it's good. I think it's a cool thing. It's a very cool thing. Also, as you can see on the screen, if you're looking right now, developers get paid royalties for their thing. I think it's very important to support people after the fact and continue to support developers. I think like a $7 royalty check is a very cool thing to get. It seems silly, but I think it's nice. Join Indiepocalypse, buy Indiepocalypse. That's why I talk. Bye-bye.
Oh, hey everyone! How is Super Festival so far? I hope you learned a thing or two from our amazing guests. Super Festival is not over, mind you. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. with a brand new round of showcases and speakers ready to wow you with their experience. Additionally, don't forget to go to the Super Festival website to experience Super Festival on our Fest platform. You'll find all the showcase games there, as well as 8 original Jan games made just for this event. And the Super Festival online game, where you can interact with others around the world as you explore its many levels and secrets. And of course, thank you to our many sponsors, supporters, and funders. Make sure you don't miss our show tomorrow by following us on Twitch, as well as our other social media channels on Twitter, Discord, and Facebook. Thanks for coming, everyone. We hope you enjoyed today, and we'll see you tomorrow.